Welcome to Westfield, Massachusetts, Bullens Field for the 2016 14-year-old Babe Ruth World Series. My name is Dan Knappich. I'll be doing the play-by-play. With me is Devin Bates. He'll be doing the color. Good morning, Devin. How are you?
Good morning. Today the weather a little bit clearer than it was yesterday. Right now we are hovering right around 80 degrees. We have some clear skies ahead of us, and thunderstorms could be a part of the day, but not quite yet as we start this game right here around 9 a.m. Nothing on the radar, so good news there on that front.
Yeah, so this is a matchup between Arlington, Massachusetts and Tri-County, Maine. The 9 o'clock start here at Bullens Field. Both teams are 1-2. We'll give you a quick recap of how they got here in just a moment, but right now I want Devin to set the players in the field for you folks at home.
And we're just still trying to pull up that information right now as the lineup comes through, so we'll be able to get you that in a moment.
Yeah, bear with us. We have an electronic scorekeeper here in the booth with us, and it's sometimes a little bit slow to load, and our paper lineups haven't shown up yet. But we do know the Arlington team is up at bat, and I don't have a card either.
And this is Sam Theodore up to bat. Has 6 hits and 12 at-bats so far in this tournament. All of them going for singles. He scored 3 runs.
Thank you, Devin. That's a strike. There's a pitch here. It looks like a ball. And on the mound for the Tri-County team. Thank you. A little foul away there. 1 ball, 2 strikes. This is opening moment action here, Bullens Field, Westfield. Pitcher winds up. Here's the delivery. There's a drive to center field. It's going to fall in for a single. Drops just before the center fielder. Nice piece of hitting there by Theodore.
Going to bring up Anthony, Missouri. Says his favorite food is lobster fra diavolo, so I can't even pronounce that properly, so that's a unique one.
Yeah, so that doesn't surprise me from Arlington, from the other end of the state, right? So there's a pitch on the way, a little high, going to be ball 1.
And he's going to keep glancing over at that runner at first. We've had a lot of stolen bases so far in this tournament. Continues to show the bunt.
It's a strike. Count is 1-1. Yes, you know, the catching has been excellent through the tournament. Catcher's not afraid to throw behind the runners at either first or third. And there's a little hopper there. It's going to go foul. First baseman grabs it. And the catchers have done a great job with the pitching and blocking it and making sure the ball stays in play.
Yeah, for the most part, we've definitely seen good play by the catchers. A few of them have leaked by, which have resulted in advanced bases for the runners. But for the most part, yeah, those catchers have done a great job sticking that leg out there and stopping that ball from sliding behind.
So the pitcher gets set. Here comes the pitch. A little high again. It's going to be ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. This is Williamson on the mound. I'm not sure if he's seen any tournament action yet. I'll probably look that up at some point. Comes the pitch. The runner's going. There's a drive over in the right field. Over the right fielder's head. It's going to go for extra bases. Runner's coming around to third base. He's going to be held by the coach at third, and that's a double for Missouri. That's a heck of a way to start out the game for Arlington.
Yeah, going into this game, 10 at-bats, 4 hits, 3 of them for singles, and he's got a double as well as an RBI. So he's been a prolific player. Shows it again there. He's now on second base, and the run is scored.
You know, Devin, it's so important to get an early start, get those bats going early in the game, and set the tone for the game. And we've seen that time and time again, that those early inning runs are extremely important. Looks like Jones up for Arlington, lefty. Brendan Jones takes a pitch there. It's a strike right down the middle. No outs here. Top of the first. We've got runners on second and third. Arlington is threatening to score here. Pitcher looks at the second base. Here comes the pitch. There's a drive. Right field. Right at the right field line drive. He's tagging up, going for home. Here comes the play. No throw at home plate. runner does not advance from second. Arlington scores the first run of the game.
And that was almost even more dangerous than it could have been. He had the good positioning to get the catch out there, but should that ball fall fair, we're looking at some serious damage for Arlington.
Absolutely. The outfield and right field is a little bit short here at Bullens Field. It's 325 up the line, but it quickly deepens to 386 in center and somewhere about 335 or 340 out in the left field line. Number 5 up for Pittsfield, for Arlington, Tyler Callahan. The ball gets by the catcher. We're going to have an advance by the runner. Overruns third base a little bit, retreats.
Yeah, turned around and started looking towards home just in case there was a fatal mistake going on over there, but good awareness there. He pulls up.
So no sooner do we say how good the catchers have been doing than we got a little bit of a wild pitch pass ball situation.
Exactly.
Pitch is high. 2 balls, no strikes, 1 out. Runner on third for Arlington. Looks like that's going to be ball 2. Or excuse me, ball 3. I'll probably be taken all the way here. Yeah, and he was.
And you see Missouri at third base currently.
Okay, 3 balls, 1 strike. Here comes the pitch. Good swing. He didn't get gypped on that one. Out a little bit ahead of that. A little off balance. 3 balls, 2 strikes. 1 out.
Decent crowd here for a Sunday morning at Bullens Field.
It's a loud crowd. There's a drive. Center field. Looks like he's going to handle that. Tagging up. Here comes the play. Throw at the plate. And it's close. And he's got him. Heck of a throw. 1 hopper from the center field to the catcher. And they get him.
And as you said, a very loud crowd here. Great play there. Able to get out of a jam. But the Arlington Bats are alive today, so watch out.
So at the end of the top of the first, Arlington draws first blood. We have a score of 1-0. You're watching the Arlington, Mass, Tri-County, Maine game here on the Babe Ruth Network. We'll be right back.
Halfway through the first inning, it is Arlington 1. At bat, number 4, Charlie Morton.
Got 1 run and 2 hits.
I already had that up right here. But after that, you can go to the chat.
Welcome back to Westfield's Bullens Field here for live action and the teams between Arlington, Massachusetts and Tri-County, Maine. The Tri-County fans, Devin, are very loud. I had the pleasure of calling a game that they won yesterday in Sarasota. Excellent game against Sarasota up at Westfield State University, and crowd noise definitely a factor.
Yeah, for sure. They definitely bring out the masses here. And, of course, probably around a 3-4 hour drive as this one is hit into center field. Probably about a 3 or 4 hour drive from up there, and they definitely made the trip, and you can hear that there.
Yeah, safely aboard Morton, number 4, for Tri-County. Arlington's pitcher, Brendan Jones. Coming up is Janik Lushka, who pitched yesterday against Sarasota, pitched a complete game, or excuse me, I think it's 6-inning gem yesterday, was the MVP of the game. There's a drive deep to left field, over, I think maybe over the left fielder's head. It's going right up to the bottom of the fence. He's going to have some extra bases. The runner's being waved around the home. Luchka holds at second, no play at the plate. And just like that, Tri-County gets back in the game.
And I got to tell you, these are some of the hottest bats on both sides for both teams that I've seen in this entire tournament. We are seeing balls fly so far this morning, the likes of which we've never seen in any game so far.
Well, I do know Tri-County can score runs in a bunch. They have a good reputation for that, and they're showing it this morning. All right, next up for Tri-County, number 5, Cody Allen. Timeout there to get some signals straight with the coach. Jones, the pitcher for Arlington. Here comes the pitch. A little low. Ball 1. Yeah, that was probably one of the furthest hit balls I've seen all tournament. I've covered a number of games. It was a crush deep left field.
That young man up there now, Cody Allen, he's had 9 at-bats, still looking for his first hit. He's walked once.
1-1 the count. Here comes the pitch. A little high, holds back, I think. Yeah, he's going to be a ball there.
And, you know, sometimes when you haven't gotten that first hit and that many at-bats, you're going to be really looking at those pitches, and you might try to swing at a few pitches that you wouldn't normally swing at. So we'll see if he's getting a little antsy there in the batter's box.
Here comes the pitch. Looks to be a little low and outside. Ball 3. 3 balls, 1 strike. Yeah, I agree with you on that. He's anxious, I'm sure, to get on base. They had a great, like I said, they had a great game yesterday to get on the scoring win column there against Sarasota. Oh, that's a strike on the outside corner. Thought he had it, but umpire called a late strike there. 3 balls, 2 strikes. No outs. Good opportunity here for Tri-County. Well, here's a high pitch. Catcher, nice stop by the catcher to hold that. There's not a lot of backstop space here at Bullens, Devin, so it's tough, a little bit tougher for the runners to advance on a pass ball, unlike at Westfield State where you can run for a mile back there.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's not a ton of space to work with, but at the same time, that ball, once it's over there, these guys are pretty speedy, and they've been able to take advantage of that all tournament.
Number 7, Pruitt. Johnny Pruitt for Tri-County at the plate. It was a high pitch. Ball 1 to Pruitt.
In 8 at-bats, he's got a single, and he's been hit by a pitch as well as a walk.
Comes the pitch. That's a strike, low and outside. 1-1. Okay, there's a grounder, hot one. Oh, under the glove of the third baseman. They're waving the runner on. And it looks like he's going to score. 24, Luska scores, and number 5, Cody Allen, makes it safely to third base.
So we're going to have runners on the corners, and that'll knot things up here at 1.
Nice job of hitting there.
As the third baseman just extended that glove out, unable to stop it, however.
Yeah, you know, I played short and third base here in my days. And I can tell you from watching a lot of games at Bullens and playing here that that's a tough spot there. I say that every game, and there's always a couple of players that get gobbled up by some ground balls. Okay, number 13. I don't know who's 13 because
Wyatt Williamson.
They just took the lineup card from me. But all right, Wyatt Williamson, who's also, I believe, the pitcher for Tri-County today.
He's got 8 at-bats in the tournament. A couple singles. As well as an RBI.
You know, we see a lot in the tournament, on a first and third situation, the runner at first trying to bait the team into a pickle, so get that run in, and that might be what's on the books here. We saw that with Tri-County yesterday, and I saw that before with Arlington.
And I would say in this situation, almost 50% of these runners have managed to steal a base as well. I mean, we see these guys go for it all the time.
There's a boy. That was a close play.
He's pushing his luck there for sure.
Yeah, it's the old one step and a dive, and he made it back. But that pitch was that pickoff attempt was pretty quick. You got a replay on that? Here we go.
And you just watch him get a bit of a lead there. He's still leaning back towards first base, ready to dive back if necessary. We've seen some of these guys really take an aggressive stance towards second, so he had the lead on it and able to slide in as we see almost an identical replay of what just happened right out on the field currently.
Pitcher set. Here comes the pitch. There's a drive. Center field. Looks like the center fielder's going to grab it, though. Okay, he does. And here comes a tag. It's going to be cut off. No play at the plate. Arlington, Tri-County scores again, number 5. I think that's the third run they plated. They get 2 on the board now, but that's the third one across. And just like that, Arlington finds themselves in the bottom of the first inning hole.
Yeah, Arlington with their bats, how the showing they put on in the first inning, leads me to believe this one could be a barn burner on both sides, however. But right now the challenge is to just try to keep this thing a close game as it is 3-1 bottom of the first.
You get number 18 for Tri-County? DeRoches, maybe?
Yeah, Dylan DeRoches.
Okay, Dylan DeRoches is up. Yeah, you know, when you're deep in the tournament, they played a lot of games yesterday, of course, doubleheaders for most of the teams, and the pitching is they're probably deep in their rotations now. So,
and as we finish the regular schedule and move into the actual tournament portion of it, they're going to want to be resting those starting pitchers as we get into those, you know, win and you're in games.
Yeah, both teams are 1 and 2 here in pool play, but there's the runners running. Throw to second, it's over into the outfield.
And an errant throw.
Yeah. And they're throwing it around at third base. Nice grab by the third baseman.
And that's where we've seen these guys get themselves into trouble. All of these teams is they try to go for that hasty throw over when the steal attempt is on. And next thing you know, they throw a pass as we take a look again at that one. Just slides right into second base safe, and then he sees the opportunity.
A nice pop-up slide to get on his horse and get moving to third.
No chance for the third baseman there.
Oh, he's going home. He's trying to steal a suicide squeeze, and he's going to make it. Hey, what a great play. Unbelievable.
And he's
safe
safe
all the way
at
around.
first.
Yeah.
That is incredible. I haven't seen anything like that attempted in this tournament, but just the guts it takes to go for a play like that. They're really feeling themselves right now. They have the crowd behind them, and we're going to watch a replay of that amazing play right here.
A little break in the action. Arlington's going to call a timeout here. How about that? Catcher didn't even expect that.
And that was incredible.
That was a great play.
They got to talk over after that one. We're going to take another look at that. We get another angle here.
Yeah, you can see the first baseman come in to field the ball, but the second baseman did make a rotation over to first, and a little late getting there and set it up.
That caught Arlington completely off guard.
That's how you win these big games, I guess. You know, you got to do something a little different once in a while. So that plates another run for Tri-County. That puts it 4 Tri-County, 1 Arlington. Bottom of the first action here at Bullens Field, 1 out. Yeah, that can be really demoralizing. They looked like they were off to a good start in the first inning, come down on the bottom half, and they get behind. So you just, you know, it's early in the game, right in the beginning. You just got to stay with it. Keep doing things that you do good. Runner goes. There's a pop-up. Shortstop. Going back. Nice over-the-shoulder catch. Runner retreats back to first base. 2 away.
And we're seeing them continue this aggressive streak as he was getting ready to try to steal a base on that one.
Yeah.
We're going to see this team keep pushing the envelope until Arlington shuts it on them. That's basically what's happening here. I mean, until Arlington proves that they're able to stop these little trick steals and things like that, they're going to keep trying.
Yeah, this Tri-County team, I believe, was the team that was in the championship game last year at the 13-year-olds.
Yes, that is correct. I spoke with their manager actually before their first game, and he said he wanted to make it a point that, well, it was actually an assistant coach, but he wanted to make it a point that this team is the only one who's won multiple New England championships, and they're really proud of what they've done as far as that goes.
Foul tip. Yeah, no, and I do know that the other team in the tournament, that was in that final 13-year-old. That was the Tri-Valley, California team. I was told that Tri-County, Maine had actually beaten them early in that tournament and then lost in the big game in the final game, but they chalked that up. They were exhausted by the time they got to that finish line. So this could be a situation here, Tri-County, Maine coming alive. Bats are going, and we'll see what happens. And number 8 up for Tri-County. A foul over behind the backstop.
And Hurd in 5 at-bats. He's got a couple hits, both of them for doubles and an RBI. And he's crossed home plate twice with 2 runs.
Pickoff throw over to first. Gets back safely. Pitcher looks in. Here comes the pitch. Swing. Took something off of that one. That'll retire the side, but not before some significant damage by the Tri-County Maine team. They're up now, bottom of the first, complete 4-1 over Arlington, Mass. You're watching the Babe Ruth Network from Westfield's Billy Bullens Field. We'll be right back after these messages.
Develop a strong, clean, healthy body, mind, and soul. Develop a strong urge for sportsmanlike conduct. Develop understanding of and respect for the rules. Develop courage in defeat, tolerance and modesty in victory. Develop control over emotions and speech. Develop into real, true citizens.
At the Babe Ruth League, we are not only developing the next generation of ball players.
And we are back at Bullens Field. Tri-County really opening that one up in the bottom of the first inning. It's now 4-1 as he takes that one. Up at the plate now for Arlington is Caden Fitzpatrick. Fitzpatrick, attending Arlington High School, says his favorite player is Mookie Betts. One of his activities that he listed includes scuba diving. Very interesting hobby there. Hoping to go myself one day, as we're now looking at the 0-2 pitch. Up high, I'll advance the count to 1-2. Fitzpatrick in 5 at-bats so far in this tournament. He's got a single and a couple runs. He's been hit by a pitch and he's walked 3 times, so very fortunate on the counts here so far, as right now he is facing a 2-2. And the 2-2 up high, so he'll face a full count. And here's the full count pitch. Payoff pitch to Fitzpatrick, and he hits this one over to the second baseman. And that'll go for an out. That's the first of the inning. And that's going to bring up the third baseman, Timothy Mazzei. Mazzei, so far in this tournament, he's had 9 at-bats, got himself a single, and 3 RBIs.
Here comes the pitch. It's a ball. Looks like Mazzei, he could put a hurt on the ball, huh?
Yeah, for sure.
Here's a drive. Looks like the center fielder's going to corral that, though. Yeah, he does. Nice grab by the center fielder. But
and once again, the bats are cracking this morning.
yeah.
And it's going to bring up Kitts Miller. Another great hitter for them. He's got 4 singles. Strangely, no RBIs with that many singles. You would think he'd have one, but still a prolific hitter.
Pitch on the way. Looks to be a little low. 2 outs here, top of the second inning. Arlington, the team from Arlington, Mass at bat, down 4-1. Another pitch. Looks like that's a strike.
He's batting .500 for the tournament, so
that's not bad, huh?
whenever he's up there, there's a good chance he's going to get on base.
They call that a 50-50.
I'll take it as this
That's
one.
a drive right up there, third base line. Nice backhand by the third baseman. Throw across the infield. Good stretch and reach by the first baseman to make the out. That retires the side at the top of the second here. We've now completed 1.5 innings of play at Westfield Bullens Field. You're going to get a replay here on that. Arlington, Mass, 1 run in. Tri-County, Maine, 4 runs in. You're watching the Babe Ruth Network. We'll be right back after a few messages. Welcome back to Westfield's Billy Bullens Field. Live action between Arlington, Mass. and Tri-County, Maine. We're at the bottom of the second. Tri-County coming up for their second at-bats. Up at the plate, number 12 for Tri-County is Aiden DeSanctis.
And DeSanctis has got 6 at-bats. He's got a single and a couple runs scored.
Takes a strike, first pitch strike. You know, one of the things we've noticed, Devin, it's a very difficult thing for all players, but especially young players, to lay off that first pitch.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, and so this one in this case, that particular pitch is right down the middle, so that was a good job staying off of that. You want to work up those pitch counts, you know?
Yeah, especially with that loud Tri-County contingency over there.
Cowbell contingency?
Yeah, the tendency to swing at that first pitch in front of your home crowd is definitely a big thing as the third baseman runs over.
Ooh, almost a nice play by the first baseman. That's a little overthrow, and runner will make it in safely to second base.
Yeah, had to really turn on that one. He was already well past the first base, and then he saw that he had an opportunity here, and as we watch the replay...
there's a nice, good scoop, nice fielding play. A little bit took the... Well, it was maybe a playable play by the first base.
Watch him realize there. He turns about 4 or 5 feet past the bag and heads right towards second, realizing his opportunity, and he's able to get there in time.
It's number 10 for Tri-County. Rodney Bean steps into the box. First baseman on the grass. They don't want to be caught off guard again like last inning. There's a drive. Looks like it's going to hit the gap in left field. It does. It drops in between left and center. Runner's being waved home. Here comes the relay. And Bean in with a double and another run across home plate for Tri-County. That'll make it a score of 5-1.
And as you said earlier, this team can score in bunches, so that's going to be an RBI for Bean. And I believe that is his first of the tournament. No, he already has one, so chalk it up for 2 RBIs now total in this tournament. And he came in with 3 singles. That's his first extra base hit.
Very well timed. Looks like Morton here at the plate. Charlie Morton, lefty, fouls that one back behind the home plate. With us in the press box is Tom and Jack. They are Bat Boys assigned to Sarasota. So their Sarasota plays tonight at 7 o'clock, and we'll give you a little insight from a Bat Boys perspective. He squares the bunt, but fouls it back. Tom, what do you think about the action so far with your team, Sarasota, who played yesterday against Tri-County?
Well, I think Tri-County is a good team, but we lost against the we lost against them. So
yes.
yeah.
Yep. So Sarasota's now 1-2. They're in a tough spot, right?
Yeah.
Just like these teams.
If we can't beat against Pittsfield today, it's all over for us.
Okay, so we're going to be ready to play for Sarasota today, right?
Yep.
All right. Thanks, Tom. Okay, the lefty goes. Hop one right back to the pitcher, looks back to second base, looks him back and plays it at first. He tires the batter at first base, holds the runner at second. Nice play there by the Arlington pitcher.
And looks like that's going to bring up Janik Lucia.
Well, we knew the damage he just did in the last inning, huh? He dropped that big bomb out into left field right at the fence. He was the MVP of yesterday's game for Tri-County Sarasota.
Got himself 4 hits and 9 at-bats. Prolific player, and the guy you want up at the plate right now, and the guy you don't want if you're the pitcher for Arlington right now.
Yeah, he's in a good spot. 1 out, 1 strike. Runner on second. They reached for that one. Looked like the pitcher took a little something off that, had him out in front of that. Pitcher gets a sign. Here comes the pitch. A little outside. Nice backhanded stab by the catcher. Doing the catching is Missouri, Anthony Missouri. Nice job for Arlington. There's a pop-up foul behind home plate. This field was notorious for broken windshields until we put up that new netting this year.
And it still can be somewhat known for that, as that netting, it'll protect a lot of them, but some of them can skip on up by, as we just saw right there. So not everybody is safe, but definitely an improvement.
Here comes the pitch. There's a drive. Looks like the right fielder takes a little bit of a slip, but he gets back up and he makes the catch. Nice recovery by the right fielder. Conditions are going to be a little slippery. We had some heavy late night rain. The field looks great though, Devin.
Yeah.
Grounds crew put some tarps out. Got the game canceled last night, but you would have never known it rained as heavy as it did last night, and then the 3 days before. So
yeah, even yesterday when we had that severe, there was actually a tornado warning here in Westfield.
Really? Yeah.
The storm here wasn't as bad as you would think. The winds were very heavy at some points, but the rain came down and it poured for a little bit, but it wasn't quite the storm it was cracked up to be here. At least other locations, it was definitely pretty bad. But we actually avoided another huge storm yesterday in the afternoon. Passed by us with some lightning, but we never got rained on. Apparently in downtown Westfield, it was pouring, though.
No kidding. So there's Allen, and that's a drive to right field. Right fielder's underneath it, makes the play.
He's getting some work out there right now.
Yeah, that'll wrap up the second inning here in Westfield, and with the score now 5-1, Tri-County over Arlington. We'll take a break. You're watching the Baby.
Develop a strong, clean, healthy body, mind, and soul. Develop a strong urge for sportsmanlike conduct. Develop understanding of and respect for the rules. Develop courage in defeat, tolerance and modesty in victory. Develop control over emotions and speech. Develop into real, true citizens.
At the Babe Ruth League, we are not only developing the next generation of ball players, we are developing the next generation.
Welcome back to Westfield's Billy Bullens Field. Top of the third action here. Arlington, Massachusetts. Up at the plate, number 7, Johnny Pruitt stands in. Here comes the pitch on the way, a little low. Ball 1, 1-1 the count. Little pop-up. Looks like the shortstop going back for Tri-County. Calls it, makes the play. Looked kind of routine there. Nice job by the shortstop. Take that back. That was Spencer Friedman for Arlington that was made the pop-up there.
And we'll take a look at the replay on that pop-up there. Routine out, as that'll bring up Timothy Shaw.
Tim Shaw, number 11. 1 ball, no strikes right now.
Shaw had 4 at-bats coming into this one. Still looking for that first hit.
Low there, ball 2. 1 out, top of the third. That's a strike there, nice pitch.
And activities, sports outside of baseball, Timothy likes basketball, fishing, and running.
No Pokemon Go on that, huh?
No, we did have a few that said that, though.
There we go, yeah. Hey, looks at the third strike. Gets rung up there. Nice job by the pitcher, Williamson. Fist bumps all the way around for Williamson.
Now at bat number 19, Greg Gentle.
Greg Gentle steps in for Arlington, the extra player. Takes a look at a first strike there. Looks a little high. Ball 1, 1-1. We have another bat boy with us from Sarasota. We'll introduce him at the bottom half of this inning. Jack, he'll give us a little take on the Sarasota career. There's a drive. Center fielder looks like he's going to have it right to him. Grabs it, little kind of a basket catch there. And that'll do it for the team from Arlington. We'll be coming back to the bottom of the third. The score presently is 5-1, Tri-County, Maine over Arlington. You're watching the Babe Ruth Network. We'll be right back.
Develop a strong, clean, healthy body, mind, and soul. Develop a strong urge for sportsmanlike conduct. Develop understanding of and respect for the rules. Develop courage in defeat, tolerance and modesty in victory. Develop control over emotions and speech. Develop into real, true citizens.
At the Babe Ruth League, we are not only developing the next generation of ball players, we are developing the next generation.
Welcome back to Westfield's Billy Bullens Field. Action between Arlington, Mass. and Tri-County, Maine. I'm Dan Knappich. With me is Devin Bates doing the color. Good morning, Devin. Beautiful day for baseball.
Yeah, so far the temperature is staying right around 80, 85 degrees. That's expected to rise. We got a high of 90 today with a chance of thunderstorms possible later on, but what else is new?
Yeah, how about it? With a real feel probably in the hundreds, right? So Pruitt's up at the plate, takes 2 balls here. Tri-County comfortable right now early in the game with a 5-1 lead. A little squibber there, a foul, third baseline. With me is Jack Kanapic, the bat boy for Sarasota. Jack, why don't you tell us a little bit about your time with Sarasota?
It's good. Once they get into their batting streak, they're great. We've been losing. We only won once, and there have been a lot of delays because of thunderstorms and lightning storms in the rain.
But the boys have been all real fun to be with over at Sarasota, huh?
Yep.
Yeah, a great team, good set of coaches, great fans over there. We've been assigned to that group, had a good time with them. Pruitt draws a walk for Tri-County. That's something you definitely don't want to do as a pitcher, especially when your team is behind, right?
Yeah, now 0 outs. We're looking at a runner on first.
Yeah, and there's some, I don't know what the stat is offhand, but in my playing days, the coaches used to always tell you, I don't know whether it was 6 out of 10 times that runner finds its way home. So it was something you really wanted to avoid. 13 up at the plate for Wyatt Williamson, who's also the pitcher.
Especially being in the situation that Arlington is right now, down 5-1 here pretty early on in the game.
Yeah, here's Williamson. He has a chance to help his cause. I don't know, maybe we see a little sacrifice here, get a little runner in scoring position potentially. Good fundamentals from these teams. There goes the runner. It's like a hit and run operation there. Foul away behind the plate. Keep aggressive, right? Stick with what got you here and maybe tack up another 1 or 2 runs, right?
Yeah, and this Tri-County team, I mean, they're going to be gunning for it. If they smell blood and if they get those runners on base, especially if there's only, 1-0 outs, they're going to be scoring a lot of runs, and we've seen that they have the power in their lineup to be able to consistently keep putting runs on the board.
All right, pitcher looks in for the signal. Looking over to first base. Nothing doing, I don't think, over there. There's a throw over, though. I must think that there's going to be a hit and run again. Arlington got into this situation here. They had a 6-3 win over Pittsfield on Thursday, and they lost to Sarasota yesterday 7-5, or Friday 7-5, in a loss to Atlantic Shores, New Jersey. I actually called that game. That game got called for darkness over at the lower field here. So a drive to left field. Left field looks like he's going to get under it for Arlington. Nice catch. And so they finished the last 2 innings over here at Bullens, but that game has got a little bit of controversy, I guess, associated. There's an official protest about that. I read in the paper today that the pitcher from Arlington. No, I take that back. That was the Pittsfield game. 6-1 loss to Atlantic Shores. That was they were kind of out of that from the beginning, I believe. But there was a Pittsfield game that had the protest on it.
Yeah, they did end up playing the final 2 innings of the game we were just talking about. They played that last night over here before the thunderstorms got underway. We finished the final 2 innings of that one, and then we started out Westfield versus Mountain Home, Arkansas, and then the storm rolled in right around 9:30.
Did you get 2 innings into that game, or?
We did. We got 2 innings into that game, and Mountain Home had a run on the board, I believe.
That'll be picked up, I think, earlier today.
Yeah, that's actually going to get picked up right around, I believe, 11 o'clock. It's going to be going on at Westfield States Field.
Okay, 18 for Tri-County. I don't have a. Oh, actually, excuse me. That's Dylan DeRoches. Okay, steps into the box. Yeah, there's. It's been hard to keep track of where all the teams have been. 3 fields in play. A lot of doubleheader action yesterday. Back to a normal schedule a little bit today.
Yeah, the third field there, Yackham Field, wasn't intended to originally be used for these games. It was just a practice facility, but we're thankful we were able to use it to get caught up on our schedule, and it's really a miracle that we were able to. I mean, basically caught up. We're virtually caught up. That game, if that game got completed yesterday with Westfield, we would have been, but of course it's getting played momentarily in an hour or so.
Yeah, and there's another game that was, they were going to try to move the game regularly scheduled for Westfield State up a little bit to keep them out of the sun, but they ended up having to push or keep its regular time at noontime to accommodate the Westfield game. So a lot of baseball here in town, and I want to thank all the sponsors that have sponsored this. This is a huge undertaking for a community, not only to send a team to the World Series. Runner goes. Looks like a foul tip, though. But it's also a huge undertaking for the host communities. And, we had 3 fields in motion. Thankfully, we had great support from Westfield State University's groundskeeping staff and their tech staff over there. And the athletic director, Dick Lenfest, is a good friend of our program. But, I could see the look on the volunteers' faces every day I come down to the field. They're tired,
Oh, yeah, there's definitely a lot of lack of sleep among everybody, but it's all for the kids and to bring this thing to Westfield. So
yeah, and there's no let up. There's a full slate of baseball going right into this upcoming week.
I'm sure it was almost Friday when we got all those games canceled for the rain. Everybody got to take a breather for a second, and it was almost a relief. I mean, you want to get those games in, but at the same time, the break is nice.
There's a shot to right field. Right fielder comes in, grabs it, throws to first, try to get the runner sleeping off first base, but nothing doing there. Yeah, it was one of those things. I think when you're a volunteer, you don't really you know it's going to be big. You don't know what really to expect, and then all of a sudden it just comes on to you like a tidal wave, and so to have that breather on Friday, a lot of them were happy about that.
And everything seems to find its way to get done, doesn't it? I mean, we
does.
have volunteers working out in the grounds crew that are also helping organize other things, and things have their way of getting solved, but a big thanks to all of our volunteers.
Absolutely. Oh, there's a drive foul, deep foul to the right field side. Going to be out of play. Yeah, no question about it. This is Cam Godboys, I think, right? Up at the plate.
Yes, Cameron Godboys. He's got 6 at-bats, 2 hits, and a run scored.
Good size young man here. Lefty. He's going to have a big hole there on the first base side. There goes a runner. Here comes a throw from the catcher. Oh, he's got him. Nice throw. Got him. How about that? What a way to end the inning there. Great play by the Arlington catcher. That'll wrap it up. Yeah, you got to replay that? Okay, excellent.
So let's take a look at this here. He's going to be able to get the jump on it a little bit. Not quite, though, as you see him really sprinting to try to get there, and he's just able to extend that left arm and tag him up.
Look. Yeah, did you see that look on his face? All right, that'll do it for the end of 3 here. The team from Tri-County, Maine, up on the board, 5-1 over Arlington, Mass. You're watching the Babe Ruth Network. Welcome back to Westfield's Billy Bullens Field for action between Arlington, Mass. and Tri-County, Maine. Tri-County enjoys a 5-1 lead right now. I want to thank the great camera work by our technicians here that are behind us. That's Tom Smith and Rick Berry. Good job, boys. You know, we were talking just before the break, Devin, that volunteers make this go, and one of the goals we had sending teams in the past to the World Series, when we decided we wanted to do this, we wanted to make sure that we had an opportunity with our technology here at Bullens and the different venues is to bring the games to the homes, because one of the frustrations we had sending 2 teams in the last 5 years to the World Series is you couldn't get any news on it.
Yeah, and that's been a big problem. But in this age of technology, I think that's something that the parents should be able to see. I mean, there's a lot of people, working, can't get out of work, but now we're happy to be able to bring that to them. And really, we do our best even at Westfield State. Our man Pete Coles has been able to set up a broadcast over there using just a webcam, and it's really just great that we're able to put that on and just being flexible with the technology. And as we said, we installed 3 new cameras here at Bullens Field that are able to bring this to you, so it's awesome to be able to provide.
Yeah, we had a radio station out of Mountain Home, Arkansas, got a hold of us to simulcast the game with Mountain Home the other day at Westfield State. So we had a good interaction with the producer there. There's a ground at third. Kind of routine here. Nothing's routine at third base at Bullens Field, though. Nice play. There's an out. But, so we broadcast for the home folks in Arkansas that game with Mountain Home. That's just a great opportunity. But that was never probably going to be able to be done just a few years back, And Pete and his team have done a great job bringing these games. And, again, that was important to this community, is to bring these games to the home communities of all the players.
And that's what we've done our best to do. And if you want to check in on any of that stuff, you can go to westfieldworldseries.com.
That's right.
And there you're going to be able to find links for live streaming, archiving, WSKB, which is our radio station here on the Westfield State campus.
So grounded to second base. Play over to first. He gets him. Plenty of time. And I do know the coaches use this information for scouting.
Yeah, they do. You know, it's a Game Changer and Turning Machine are also great scheduling and statistics tools that you're definitely going to want to check out. So WestfieldWorldSeries.com, all the way at the bottom to the right on the homepage. As take a look at this one here. Routine out over there at first base, and that is going to bring up the next batter.
Number 16, it looks like.
You got Brendan Jones.
Brendan Jones, yeah, he's a lefty.
Tied for the most at-bats on this team. Second most, I should say.
Oh, nice stab by the pitcher. Right back to the pitcher to first base. Gets him. 1, 2, 3, just like that. Arlington put down on the top of the fourth. Nice job by the Tri-County team.
Outstanding awareness by the pitcher as well on that one.
Seen some really good fielding from the pitchers in these tournament games. All right, well, after 3, or for actually 3.5 now, the team of Tri-County Maine up on the board 5-1 over Arlington, Mass. Live action from Westfield's Billy Bullens Field. You're watching the Babe Ruth Network. We'll be right back.
Develop a strong, clean, healthy body, mind, and soul. Develop a strong urge for sportsmanlike conduct. Develop understanding of and respect for the rules. Develop courage in defeat, tolerance and modesty in victory. Develop control over emotions and speech. Develop into real, true citizens.
At the Babe Ruth League, we are not only developing the next generation of ball players, we are developing the next generation.
Welcome back to Westfield's Billy Bullens Field. Live action here. The 14-year-old 2016 Babe Ruth World Series. Game being played today between Arlington, Massachusetts and Tri-County, Maine. Both teams, Devin, are 1-2 in pool play to date. And this is kind of a critical juncture in the tournament. You're getting close to the point where you've got to put some wins up on there to advance.
Yeah, and we're going to have a change for Arlington. Malatesta is going to be coming in at third base. So a sub out there as we have a new third baseman.
All right, a little change here, a little change up. Coming up to the plate. Didn't get a number on.
It's God Boys right now.
God Boys, okay. It's a high pitch. Ball 1.
Your outfield for Arlington is going to be Gentle, Friedman, and Fitzpatrick. And as we said, Malatesta now in at third.
Ground ball to second. Throw over to first. Just like that, 1 down. Duncan Hurd will be coming up next for Tri-County. Yeah, you know, after a little rocky start here, we have a little settle in the action last inning, you know, and
yeah, it's been very stagnant. I mean, you've had the 4 runs that were scored in the first inning, and then they tacked on another one in the second. But since that, Tri-County really hasn't been able to put much up on the board, and Arlington has had a few chances as well, but it's only a matter of time before the beast awakens, so Arlington's going to need to get some runs in here soon.
Here's a drive, foul in a way. There's not a lot of foul territory here at Bullens over the security or safety fence there. You know, one of the things that's noticeable about the level of play here is how fast that the young men pitch as it relates. They don't waste a lot of time.
Yeah, no, and it's refreshing to see after watching so many big league games where the game is over and, you know, God knows how long this game takes.
Yeah.
These games, 7 innings, the kids move very fast.
They do. There's another pop-up. Looks like a little over to the first base side. First baseman in position. Nice play. Nice grab in foul territory. front of the fans over there in the on the stands.
Yeah, I mean they're filling up the visiting stands over there pretty good right now.
Yeah, Tri-County has got a big following. We hear them wherever they go. They've got their cowbells, and they got a good fan base, a good 10th player, you know. Number 12 steps in for Tri-County. That's Aiden DeSanctis. Oh, that's a high pitch there. Looks like 2 balls, no strikes.
DeSanctis in 6 at-bats so far in the tournament. He's got himself a hit.
You know what's nice about Babe Ruth, too? They have this extra hitter 10 lineup situation there, which gives kids more opportunity to swing the bat, you know. That's foul back. Or extra player, they call it, I guess, EP.
And DeSanctis today, in his previous at-bat, got himself a hit and a run. Part of that flurry of offense.
All right, there's a drive to right field, right along the line. Right fielder runs a foul, hits the fence on the out-of-bounds area.
Glad he was able to notice the situation and slow down there. Sometimes it can be hard to gauge your situation and end up running right into that fence.
Yeah, it's a similar situation like at the right field at Fenway Park. It goes out of territory pretty quick. Fence cuts in towards the outfield, out-of-bounds fence. Here goes the pitch. Looks like a he dropped the catcher dropped it on the third swing there, but he makes the play at first base. Yeah. Good awareness there. That'll retire the side for Tri-County. Arlington will be coming up to bat at the top of the 5th. Right now the score is 5-1 Tri-County at Westfield's Billy Bullens Field. You're watching the Babe Ruth Network. Westfield's Billy Bullens Field here. Dan Knappich behind the mic with my color commentator, Devin Bates. Good morning, Devin.
Good morning. You know, stands are starting to fill up a little more. Weather's starting to heat up as this one is lined over there to start things.
That's a heck of a drive there. We're right in position, the left fielder for Tri-County. Left fielder number 12, Aiden DeSanctis, who was, I think, just finished up at the bat. Stepping up into the box for Arlington number 2, I believe, Caden Fitzpatrick, right-handed batter. Tri-County has really settled into a groove and silenced these Arlington bats.
Yeah, and Arlington's had their fair share of chances as well.
First pitch ball. 1 out. Here comes the pitch. Big swing there, big windmill swing out in front of that one. 1 ball, 1 strike. Wyatt Williamson on the mound for Tri-County. Took something off of that. Grounded to second. Nice grab by the second baseman over to first. Makes the play. Retires Fitzpatrick.
And just like that, there's already 2 outs in the inning. And it seems like in the middle portions of this game, we're just flying through things after the hot start. Yeah,
there was a 1-2-3 just like that in the last inning for Arlington. That's something you definitely don't want to see if you're behind on the scoreboard. All right, coming up next for Arlington, number 18, Tim Mazzy. Looks like a ball.
Of course, he was playing third base earlier. They pulled him out and subbed. Still hitting, however.
It was a pitch, a little foul and away. Reached for that one. Yeah, you know, I also want a big shout out to the umpire crew. You know, they are the tireless backbones of these games. You can't play the game without the umpires, and they don't. They do this out of the goodness of their heart, and it's always important to respect and give courtesy to the gentleman in blue when you're out there. Hey, here's a drive. It's going to look like up the left field line. Looks like it's going to go foul, and it's important to remember that. You know, that's a tough job, and we're very thankful. As a coach myself, I've always took the position to not argue with the umpires, and if you got a situation you want to talk with them, you talk to them about it, and you move on, you know.
And, you know, we only have so many umpires here as well, so they've been working long days because there's about 7 of them.
Yeah.
So with these games requiring a lot of their work, they've been getting pretty busy.
Yeah, they had a full complement last night, though, I noticed, for the 7 o'clock game, which ended up being more like the 8:30 game. All right, there's a foul away. Mazzy tries to catch up to that. It's got 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs now for Arlington. Pitcher looks in, gets set. Here comes the pitch. It's a hard hopper to third base, throws across the infield. Oh, takes the first baseman out, but great recovery by the first baseman to tag it, and the runner is out. And that'll retire it, Devin. 1, 2, 3 again. Boy, in the groove, Tri-County, huh?
Yeah.
So that'll finish up the top of the 5th. When we come back from the break, we'll be at the bottom of the 5th with Tri-County Maine up 5-1 over Arlington, Mass. You're watching the Babe Ruth Network. Welcome back to Westfield's Billy Bullen's Field. Live action, a team from Tri-County, Maine versus Arlington, Mass. Up for Tri-County, number 10. Rodney Bean steps to the plate. Here comes the pitch. Looks like a little low. Ball 1. Devin Bates, my partner here in broadcasting today. Good morning, Devin. Beautiful day for baseball.
Yep, right now the sky's staying clear. Forecast looking decent.
Correct that one. Hopper right past the third baseman. Nice stab by the third baseman, but just under his glove. In a board to first base is Bean. Nice job of hitting there. Looks like Charlie Morton coming up, lefty.
Morton in a couple at bats as a hit, scored a run.
He'll have a big hole over there in first base to shoot at. I don't expect Tri-County to... Oh, there's a bunt. Lays it down. Nicely done. Play's going to be at first base. Runner advances to second. They get the out at first. That's a little surprising. I didn't think that they would go to that conservative small ball, sacrifice them along. But, hey, right now they want to just tack on some runs to that lead. Like, as we were mentioning, Arlington can score in bunches. And you know, no lead is really safe at this stage of the game.
And, you know, that's a theme we've seen a lot with that runner on first. We've seen the bunt coming through. And why not tack on more runs right now?
All right, up at the plate, number 24, Janik Lushka, who was the MVP of yesterday's game, went 6 innings. Great game on the mound against a tough Sarasota team. Came up on the winning end of that for their only win so far in the tournament. And he's followed up, dropped a big bomb earlier in the game in left field, first inning. And went for extra bases, knocked in a whole bunch of runs. Doing great, young man. A little break in the action here with Arlington calling timeout.
Yeah, they're just going to have a conference out on the mound. Pretty crucial point of the game for them. It just went out.
I also want to put a big shout out there to Dan Welch, the president of Westfield Babe Ruth, and his wife. They do a fabulous job. When I was in the mayor's office, I spent a lot of time with Dan trying to put what we could do, because this is a municipally owned field for Babe Ruth, and we hosted a number of state tournaments in New England, and when he traveled down 2 times to World Series, he came back to my office and he said, "Hey, Mayor, I think we can do this in Westfield." He goes, "Never mind. I know we can do this in Westfield. What do you think?" And I said, "Hey, hands all in on this one. Put the plan together and let's do it." And that was about 2 years ago, and here we are. There's a drive, number 24. Lushka drives, hits again to center field. Nice play by the center fielder. And here we are after, I think it was a November 2014 announcement. Improvements that Babe Ruth had recommended were made. We needed to do them anyways. New lights, improved stadium. I mean, just it all came together. Dan and his team, the executive board, all the volunteers did a great job. The program booklet's fabulous. The vendors that have been part of this. Can't say enough about it. You go to Westfield State University right up the road. What do you think about what you're seeing here?
I mean, it's been great. Obviously, they added like the 450 seats over there behind home plate, so that's been wonderful to see. And from my perspective, it's strange because I had never really been to this field up until around July, as that one's hit to the pitcher, routine out over there.
That looks like that'll retire this side. We'll pick up that conversation when we get back from the break. Devin, that's a nice thing for Arlington there. They retire that one 1-2-3, and at the end of 5 full here at Billy Bullens Field, we have Tri-County Maine up 5-1 over Arlington, Mass. We'll be right back. You're watching the Babe Ruth Network.
Develop a strong, clean, healthy body, mind, and soul. Develop a strong urge for sportsmanlike conduct. Develop understanding of and respect for the rules. Develop courage in defeat, tolerance and modesty in victory. Develop control over emotions and speech. Develop into real, true citizens.
At the Babe Ruth League, we are not only developing the next generation of ball players, we are developing the next generation.
Welcome back to Westfield's Billy Bullens Field. Live coverage of the 14-year-old 2016 World Series of Babe Ruth Baseball here. The team from Arlington, Mass. steps up to the plate. We're at the top of the 6th inning. Tri-County Maine in the lead. Devin, quietly, Wyatt Williamson, the pitcher from Tri-County, has put together a very nice game here.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, we've seen the bats kind of hush up a little bit for Arlington as they're going to try to look to get their offense going again here. But he's definitely pitched a great game as that one goes in there for strike one.
Yeah, Tommy Kitzmiller, number 14, up at the plate. Yeah, so it's he settled into a groove. It could be tough for Arlington at this point to knock him out. Low bounces in front of the catcher. So we were saying off at the last session that you're a student at Westfield State. You're from the other end of the state. You come out here and you're participating with the announcing crew here. It's a wonderful opportunity, right?
Yeah, for sure. And I was just finishing up saying as this one is fouled away, I had never been to Bullens Field previous to July when they were just, going through the brunt of this restoration work with the stands. That was just a big construction zone over there, so I wasn't sure what was going on, and I was wondering where are they going to be able to put all these fans for the series. And then I get here, and I look at those stands, and I was just taken aback. I mean, this place looks very professional now.
Yeah, nice. It's a little soft liner to third base. Good job by Pruitt, I believe, to grab that. Yeah, you know what? I had my doubts, too, as I would drive by and see the construction. And, what I explained to people, this is a 1930s-era ballpark built by the Works Progress Administration and FDR, Franklin D. Roosevelt. put people back to work plan in the Great Depression. It built a big high school building up there on the hill. And this whole complex where Yackham Field is down below us and the water park down below that and the tennis courts, that was a grand theme and that was built in a lot of communities years and years ago. Very few of these parks left and because they're very expensive to maintain. And, we had the same kind of setup on the football stadium many, many years ago, about 20 years ago, but the concrete bleachers that were over there, they eventually collapsed and we had to replace them with aluminum. But, as the mayor here, I got to meet a lot of the parents that came in from New England all over, and they would all remark about how beautiful the field was and lovely, and they had never seen anything like it in all the places that they traveled to. There's a fly ball to right fielder gets under it.
And of course, this also doubles as a football field.
It does, a football field. It's 3 high schools typically play here. There's football that goes on, soccer goes on, a whole host of activities. And, when I was a kid, there was a hockey rink out over there in the back there, and actually the high school team used to practice there behind that big stadium over there in the football field. They'd have the boards set up, and they'd have outdoor practices. That's back before global warming. Back you weren't even born back then. And you could do things like that, have outdoor skating. But this has been a hub of activity here named after Billy Bolins, a coach and rec director here in Westfield, a real legend in these parts who cared for this place for 20, 30 years, and and we put a lot of money into it. We had to do it anyway, so it wasn't like it was due because of the tournament, but we were glad to do it. New lights, state-of-the-art, light-emitting diode lamps, really brought the field alive. Lots of sponsors, a lot of good things happening here in Westfield.
And, of course, the presence of that tournament date looming also made sure these things happen very quickly.
Yeah, there's a little hopper to shortstop. Nice play by the shortstop over to first base. Gets number 4, Andrew Molasta, out on that. That's a quick inning, boy. They're in the groove here. We're going to move to the bottom of the 6th. We got a replay coming up. Tri-County, Maine 5, Arlington 1. Live action, Westfield's Billy Bolins Field. You're watching the Babe Ruth Network. We'll be back after these messages. Welcome back to live action at Westfield Billy Bolins Field, Westfield, Massachusetts. Westfield, Devon, as you know, is known as the Whip City. You know why that is?
That is because they are a big manufacturer of the whip.
Yeah, back in the day, 120 or so years ago, most of the world's whips were manufactured. We had over 40 whip companies in town. Half the population either made cigars or made whips, and that was one of those early industries. They didn't see the the rise of the automobile, and the next thing you know, they were people without jobs as the automobile took over. But we still have one whip manufacturing company. We presented to the officials from Babe Ruth a commemorative whip that still made those whips today in Westfield, and they're used by the equestrian teams at the Olympics.
And that's pretty interesting. And I wonder if they're using them right now in Rio.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they outfit the Olympic teams, and they're made by the same machinery and technology that was original. So the equipment that they make it with date back to the late 1800s. But that's where Westfield gets its name, the Whip City, and quite a heritage there. We're going to be celebrating our 350th birthday in a few years in 2019. So this is a good practice run to get a bunch of volunteers together, because that's going to be a big effort. We do have a change of pitchers. Callahan, I believe, coming in for Arlington. Tyler Callahan, number 5, taking over the pitching duties from Brandon Jones, who settled down nicely after that first inning, 4 runs, and second inning, 1 run. Up at the plate, Johnny Pruitt, number 7 for Tri-County.
And it's interesting. We're already at the bottom of the 6th inning, which is crazy. This game has just been able to fly by so far.
Yeah, I think it started close to being on time. It's only a little after 10 o'clock in the morning right now.
And maybe I'm just so used to getting a rain delay every game I call that this is a little bit rewarding. And the game I did yesterday with Mike Drew, we got all the way to 6 1/3 innings, and 7 1/3 innings, excuse me. And then we got a rain delay with 2 outs left to go in the game.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's been rough.
Well, one of the downsides of having 12 teams in the tournament, the teams don't get the off day like they would, where they'd be able to experience some of the sites around the area. I know a couple teams had plans to go to Fenway Park. I think one team's going to still try to make that happen today, see the Red Sox play the Rangers. But there's a lot to do here. We had an opening ceremony at the James Naismith Hall of Fame. The boys had a big dinner in the center court there with the icons of the NBA and basketball looking down on them. So Michael Jordan, one of the most popular basketball players of all time, was a Babe Ruth superstar, right?
And that was very special for those kids to be able to be there and also be able to listen to Harvard baseball coach Bill Decker be able to talk a little bit about what it takes there. And these kids are 14 years old, but they're not that far away from college when you think about it. So to be able to hear from a college ball coach, it's really special. Yeah,
Pruitt draws a walk. The thing that stuck with me with Coach Decker was he said to the kids, hey, don't rush it. He says, let me show you something here. And he pulls up a dossier there from a 12-year-old with a picture and a resume. Funny. That's it's like, hey, there's plenty of time. And just take a step back and enjoy what you got going on now,
No need to be applying to Harvard when you're 12 years old.
There's a hopper. Oh, nice stab by the third baseman. Throws over to second. Gets to force the lead runners out. And double play. Oh, beautiful play.
And that was actually something when we were talking to the Westfield baseball coach. He was talking about how you need to slow it down also. That's really a common theme. I mean, he said he would have 14-year-olds try to contact him wondering, oh, I want to play for Westfield. Well, we'll see. Let's finish your high school career, and then we'll see where you end up going.
Yeah, that's a good lesson. That's an old 5-4-3 double play if you're scoring that at home. Nice job by the Arlington defense. Tri-County up at the plate, Dylan DeRoches. Yeah, these kids, some I think are already in high school. Some are going into high school. It's an exciting time. Many play travel baseball. I know some of the kids from Sarasota, they're already in school already. They're missing school to be here. I think the coach told me 7 or 8 of the kids are already down a week in school by the time they get back home. So, he said, hey, that's good practice for being a scholar athlete.
Yeah, that's true.
They get some tutoring going on at the hotel and a couple of hours here or there for homework that they've been given.
And I'm sure the teachers are being very accommodating, and kids are staying up to date on that homework, I hope.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so there's a low pitch. So we had a pitching change. Tyler Callahan, number 5 for Arlington, comes in. Tries to shut the door here in Tri-County at the bottom of the 6th inning play here. Number 18, Dylan DeRoche up at plate for Tri-County. It's a pop there over to left field. Not much outfield space here, out of bounds space, and that goes over the safety fence and out of play.
So right here, it's going to be crucial for Arlington to not give up any more. They're going to have a tall enough task to try to get four runs in the top of the 7th inning.
Yeah. No question about that. There's a high pitch. He draws a walk. Boy, that was a great double play, though. Started at third base, popped it over to second, back to first. That's a tough one to pull off for this age bracket.
Yeah, certainly. As now with 2 outs, Cam Godboy comes up.
Well, Devin, it's been a pleasure broadcasting here with you. I know you got a few more games left on tap, right?
Yeah, I got the 11:30 with Anthony Swenson, and then
runner goes, and he's out at second base. Great throw by the catcher. Nice catch by the shortstop to put the tag on him.
And that'll bring up Arlington with just 3 outs left to go in the game. They're going to try to see if they can pull off a miracle comeback here as they are down 5-1.
At the close of 6 innings of baseball here at Billy Bullen's Field, the team from Tri-County, Maine is up 5-1 over Arlington, Massachusetts. You're watching the Babe Ruth Network. We'll be right back. back to Westfield's Billy Bullens Field. I'm Dan Canasta, your play-by-play announcer today. With me is Devin Bates, our dual color. Devin, this is it, maybe, for the Arlington team. What do you think? Top of the 7th.
And you know, this game started at 9 o'clock. It's 10:19 right now. Only an hour and 19 minutes to get us to what is potentially the final 3 outs, barring a Arlington comeback. And this has been probably the fastest game of the tournament so far.
That's faster than 9 holes of golf, right?
Yeah, especially for me.
So number 17 for Arlington's up at the plate. That's Patrick Mask. Little fly to left, kind of routine. Left fielder underneath it. Makes the play, throws the ball back to the infield. So 1 away here for Arlington, top of the 7th, down by 4 runs. They really need to get some runners on base. They're 1 and 2, just like Tri-County in the tournament. So this is pretty critical at this point to walk away with a win here.
Yeah, it could be looking at a pretty grim situation. If you lose this one, going to be hard to make it in.
Here's a drive by number 15, center fielder going back, and he makes the play.
And it's not that they're not hitting the ball. They're just hitting it directly to the outfielders on all of these ones. They're just the poor location with these hits.
That's Sam Theodore that just flew out. You know, I called the game maybe it was 2 days ago. I don't know. They all blend together now. I've called so many. But it was the team from Westfield in North Dakota, and it seemed like all the Westfield hits, they went right at somebody, and all the North Dakota hits, they found all the gaps. And it just sometimes happens that way, you know. They all hit him hard, but they just found the holes. It looks like Anthony Missouri is up here, right? Number 3, a lefty. This is it. Down to their last at-bat, 2 away, top of the 7th inning here in Westfield.
And it's only been 2 minutes, and we already had 2 outs in this inning.
And, you know, my hat's off to Wyatt Williamson. Here's a hopper right to shortstop. Nice play. Over to first base. Gets it. And that retires the side.
And the game.
And the game. And that's a great pitching performance by Wyatt Williamson from Tri-County. The Tri-County fans are going wild over there. You hear the cowbells going. That's a big win. They'll end up moving to 2-2 in pool play here. And Arlington will go to 1-3. But, you know, nothing to hang your head down about. That was a hard-fought game. Action was
certainly
early on, you know.
Hard-fought game, and probably the fastest game, just an hour and 21 minutes to complete that game. That is outstanding. We really got that one in with plenty of time here, which is a welcome change to a 3-hour rain delay.
Yeah, no, it was fabulous. Fabulous game to watch and call here.
And we're going to stick around to present the players of the game here in a second.
Yeah, the players of the game, the most valuable players on both sides will be announced shortly. I just want to mention real quick the Bat Boys and ambassadors for the teams. Tri-County Maine Bat Boys were Michael Pelletier and Paul Laurie, and the ambassadors were Hannah Bean and Kayla Mochak. And for the team from, let's see here.
And this is the Ron Tellefson Player of the Game. This award is in recognition of the Babe Ruth League's president and CEO, the late Ron Tellefson. His commitment to our nation's youth was unsurpassed. His primary objective was for every child to have the opportunity to play in this great game.
Yeah, the ambassadors for the Arlington team, Ashley Salvini and Shannon Sullivan, and the Bat Boys, Anthony Shabowski and Joey Caldarella. Nice job, everybody, all the way around.
And they're going to give the Arlington one to Brendan Jones.
Yeah, no surprise there. He settled right down, did a nice job on the mound.
And for Tri-County, the player of the game is number 13, Wyatt Williams.
Yeah, no surprise there either.
Great pitching performance by him.
Start to finish, wire to wire. Williamson, great job on the mound today. We've seen the pitchers. There's been some really good pitching in the tournament, even when there has been some runs rung up. The starters have hung with it and maybe were able to stick it out.
Yeah, we've seen games where even though they've given up a lot of runs, they'll keep the starters in there all the way till the end, and those guys have been grinding it out.
Yeah, you really want to stay with that because of the amount of games in such a short time. If you get into the bench too early, you can run into trouble in later games. Well, so, hey, Devin, that's a wrap. I guess you're going to stay with the Babe Ruth Network to call another game coming up. I know I got to move on. I think 1 or 2 more games to call later today, but I'm going to take a break in the action. It's already getting hot here at Bullens Field. It's going to be another scorcher, they say, right? It's probably about 80 degrees now, real feel in the
We're
90s.
supposed to get up to 90 degrees today. Chance of thunderstorms. Hopefully it won't affect this next game.
Yeah, I want to thank you. It's been a pleasure calling the game, the action here today. I want to thank the gents that ran the camera, Rick Berry for sure, and Tom Smith and Jack Knappich. It's been a pleasure. Final once again at the end of 7. The team from Tri-County, Maine, 5 runs. Arlington, Mass, 1 run. Tri-County moves to 2-2 in the tournament. Arlington moves to 1-3. And that'll do it here for this game at Billy Bullens Field. I'm Dan Knappich signing off. You're watching the Babe Ruth Network.
And welcome back to Bolins Field. Devin Bates alongside Anthony Swenson getting ready to bring you Portland versus Midwest Plains. And Midwest Plains is going to take bat first. And your first three batters are going to be Skylar Riedinger, Darren Knowles, and Cade Feeney. And as I said, I'm alongside Anthony Swenson. Anthony, you were down here yesterday. The game got delayed. The weather is looking a lot better today, so we're looking to get into a whole game of ball here.
Absolutely. I called 2 innings of my first Babe Ruth World Series game, and it was exciting first 2 innings, but I only could get 2 innings in. But the one thing you got to look at for this series in general is the calls by the officials, by the umpires behind home plate. They're calling it low, really low, high to the chest, and it's really interesting to see the calls. I've seen a couple calls in the dirt. The catchers are framing the ball very well. Maybe it's just confusing the umpires the way they're framing the ball, but at the same time, it is a pitcher's umpires out here.
Yeah, and we're also seeing the players, obviously, they're 14 years old. They're very respectful. Maybe a little bit more respectful than some college athletes sometimes. They're not going to argue with the umpire. So maybe since the umpire isn't getting any feedback from these players, he's kind of just framing the strike zone wherever he wants.
I'm telling you the truth, Devin. I don't think they care what the kids are saying.
Yeah.
They're going to say, we're not calling the game the way we're going to call it.
Yeah.
But I don't know if you've been seeing it, too. It's been a very low strike zone for these players. So it's been definitely a hitter's nightmare.
And we'll get things started with the pitch to Riedinger. That's a call strike.
Good pitch there by Ringinger. Has a nice cut fastball I seen earlier today in the bullpen warming up. So let's see what he brings out.
And the 0-1 to Riedinger. He lines this one into left field, and that'll be good for a base hit to start the game. So runner on the field very early for Midwest Plains. They're coming into this game with a 3-0 record, just one of 2 teams that have started 3-0 along with Pacific Southwest.
Sorry, correct myself. Luke Hill's on the mound. Luke Hill, like I said, had a nice cut fastball. See what he can do. A lot of these pitchers have been throwing the breaking ball, and in the past days with the humidity, they haven't been breaking for most of the pitchers. Let's see if they break today.
And now up to bat is Darren Knowles.
Going for a bunt. Great play there by the catcher.
Just popped it right up, and we've seen that so often. Never really one that's quite that low. Usually we see those pops go up, 30 feet into the air, but great job by the catcher there. Great awareness. Able to take off the mask and get that one in time.
Darren Knowles was going for a drag bunt there. Maybe even trying to go for a base hit or a sacrifice, but just couldn't get the bat on it.
And that's going to bring up Cade Feeney, the shortstop. And Feeney takes that one up high for ball 1.
Hide inside pitch. Luke Hill's trying to, at this point, he's really cuddling the plate here. If you're Luke, you just really want to back him out a little bit.
And the pitch. Able to ground this one over to third.
Oh, chance
the throw
at
to
2.
second got him, and they're going to hold up on the throw to first. He was already over near the bag. So we are going to have runner on first with 2 outs. Top of the first inning here from Bolins Field. You are watching Portland, Maine versus Bismarck, North Dakota on the Babe Ruth Network.
Smart play there by Henry Westfall, just really holding onto the ball. Was going to go turn 2, but you never know what's going to happen. He might overthrow the ball, and you might have a runner on third base.
And now up to bat is Connor Hansen, first baseman.
Oh, that was a close call there. Luke Hill stared back the runner. The runner didn't leave. Picked him off.
And these pitchers have been very wary over at first base. You see a lot of looks over there because we've had a lot of steals.
Absolutely, but we also have had a lot of caught stealing moments. And we saw in the last game you called a couple. And right here, there's a chance.
Oh, and that one looked like it just went off his hand. As unable to grab him, and
tell you the truth, if that was a safe out call, I think the opponent team would have a chance at a argument over that. He went into the base runner's path to try to get him out, so that would have been an automatic safe call.
And just to feed off what you said earlier, we actually have had a lot of steals, and then sometimes they'll try to throw the stealer out, and then the ball will be a bad throw, and next thing you know, they're stealing 2 bases. So we've seen a lot of errant throws here, as that one is down low for a ball.
Remember, a lot of these kids are 14 years old.
So things will happen. Misjudging situations, maybe they're growing kids, too. They're still learning their own strengths sometimes, too, and we've seen some of these throws go really wild. And he hits this one into left field, and he's able to snag that one. Extends for the grab, and that's going to end things in the top of the first. We are still scoreless here from Bolins Field. And first up for Maine coming up is going to be Liam Niles, Francis Keeley, and Caden Horton. You're watching the Babe Ruth Network. And we are back for the bottom of the first inning here. Cody Sorensen on the mound for Bismarck.
Yeah, I mean, he's a pitcher for this team, a smaller guy. I think he's going to be throwing those breaking pitches that when I've been watching him warm up, it's a lot of curveballs and changeup, a couple fastball. But let's watch his location. When you're that size, and he is a good pitcher, he's here at the biggest stage of them all for a 14-year-old playing baseball. But at the same time, let's look at his little story he has going on here. We got a little packet about Bismarck. His favorite player, you never guess, from North Dakota. Who is it?
I don't know. Tell me.
Xavier Bogaerts, a shortstop, the superstar shortstop for the Boston Red Sox. Unbelievable shortstop. Let's see what he can do on the pitcher's mound. I'm surprised it's not like a David Price or even a Clay Buchholz.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. David Price isn't exactly wowing a lot of Boston people right now. I mean, I hear a lot of love-hate for Price on Boston radio waves as he has to dodge out of the way of that one. This is Liam Niles up to bat now. Niles in 9 at-bats. He's got a hit for a single as well as 2 runs and a walk.
Niles is really hugging the plate. A lot of these players just really like crowding the plate, making the pitchers really pitch. I mean, that's what you have to do when you have umpires that are calling a very tight strike zone.
And 1-1 now the count to Niles, as this one will go up high for ball 2. Maine in the navy blue jerseys, Bismarck in the bluish, I would say, and they have that big Bismarck in bold right across the chest.
Good thing this isn't basketball because you'd be getting confused.
And
the other thing I got to say about a lot of these players, no batting gloves.
Yeah, no, we haven't seen a lot of that. Not a lot of equipment in general there, as this one is chopped over, and the throw to first base in time for out number 1.
Nice play there by the second baseman, just really controlling the ball, throwing it to the first baseman, and getting easy out. You see a lot of these players in practice go for the Derek Jeter jump throw, but when you see them in the game, very fundamentally sound, and just grab the ball, throw it over the first.
And that'll bring up Francis Keeley. Keeley, of course, the catcher.
And see, if you're a catcher in this tournament, you have an advantage over your other teammates, is that the fact that you know what the strike zone looks like. You've been dealing with it all series long, and you know how the catcher's going to frame the pitches. And
we always talk about these catchers, too, having to be, as he chops this one over to the pitcher, and that'll go for the second out of the inning. We talk about these catchers, and they're down on their knees, you know, for a lot of the game, and then they have to get up and run. But that doesn't seem to be affecting these kids really all that much.
It'd be affecting you and me, and we're only the young age of 20 years old. These kids are 14 years old, to say it again, so they got energy for days.
And especially feels nice to get all that gear off when you go up to bat.
Yes.
As this one is hit over to the second baseman, the throw to first, and he got him.
Nice play there by the shortstop. Really nice controlling the ball, getting over the first base. And that's the top of the second. Bottom of the first, sorry.
That'll end things in the first inning, so we will be right back to you with the second inning of action from Bullens Field. You are watching the Babe Ruth Network.
Develop a strong, clean, healthy body, mind, and soul. Develop a strong urge for sportsmanlike conduct. Develop understanding of and respect for the rules. Develop courage in defeat, tolerance and modesty in victory. Develop control over emotions and speech. Develop into real, true citizens.
At the Babe Ruth League, we are not only developing the next generation of ball players, we are developing the next generation.
And we are back at the top of the second inning here.
So from our good friend Rich, he went down to the field. We'll see the catcher for the opponent team for North Dakota. He was saying he's a quite big kid, catcher, taller than the umpire, so a 14-year-old who is size of a man. So.
And that's a common theme we're seeing a lot here is these kids, some of them do not look 14 years old. I think we're going to need to do an age check on some of these kids. I think we have full-grown men out there from some of these kids, and you know what happens. I mean, 14 is that age when there's some big kids out there.
Yeah, absolutely. And you got to say the fact that some of these kids' athletic prowess is unbelievable.
Yeah, certainly. And it can be hard sometimes when you're hitting the growth spurt to be able to keep that athletic prowess because you're just dealing with a whole new body, basically. And some of these kids, the full-grown kids, they do a great job. They have a lot of power behind that bat.
And the smaller kids are like, come on, man. You're 6 feet at 14 years old. What are you doing to me?
And we start this inning off with a quick walk there, 5-pitch walk. And that is going to bring up Connor Weekum.
Connor Weekum, number 9, second baseman, had a couple good plays in the field the last half inning. See what he can do here with the stick.
And in 8 at-bats, he's got 3 hits.
All singles, to say the least.
No RBIs. You would think after 3 hits, he might be able to sneak an RBI in there.
No RBIs or runs, which, if everybody knows, runs is when you cross home plate after an RBI from who's ever up at.
So, that's interesting. He's had a lot of impact on offense, just hasn't been able to drive in any runs or score, so he'll look to change that here. Weekum is the second baseman for this Midwest Plains squad.
Seemed like Luke Hill kind of slipped off the mound on that one. Surprised they didn't call a balk either. His foot hit the edge of the mound, and he kind of just threw it. Got away with one there.
Swing and a miss on that pitch. Count now 1-2.
In the one game I called, I saw one balk, and I was confused because I haven't seen a balk in years. But I'm used to seeing Little League, and they really don't call balks at that level.
We've definitely seen some interesting plays here. I mean, some unexpected ones, too. As the count is now 1-2 still. He fouled that one back.
Luke Darmers has taken a good lead, but not as big as most of the players here. A 1-2 slide over. Luke Hill really doesn't have to worry about him at first. He's not going to go anywhere.
We saw it, this one loses by the catcher. He grabs it real quick and throws it back. But we saw a very interesting play in the last game, a squeeze play with the runner at third. He bunted it, and the first base runner and the third baseman both were safe. So they scored the run, and the runner got to first base. It was actually really interesting to watch because it caught the team completely off guard.
Yeah, and those are one of those plays you got to do in the biggest moments. It's a gut check time. And if you're a coach, you're either going to get praised for a great play called or tortured over it.
And, of course, that Tri-County Maine team ended up pulling out of that one a 5-1 victory.
A 2-hitter, to say the least.
Yeah, it was a great game to watch. The 5-1 victory over Arlington, a team that going into the game was 1-2. Both of the teams 1-2, so Arlington fell to 1-3, and Portland advanced to 2-2, or excuse me, Tri-County Maine. So we got a couple teams here from Maine. So there's one out here in the top of the second. Runner on first base off the walk. And you see now at the batter's box, Cameron Miller. And that's that catcher we were talking about previously.
Yeah, big boy behind the plate and big boy with the bat. I mean, he can really swing it too. I saw him in the cage. I walked over to the cage, and some of these guys are throwing ringers. I feel bad for the coaches that have to sit behind that net. We've got a little wind going on here, a little wind action.
Oh, you should have seen the wind yesterday when this thunderstorm rolled in. They were trying to cover the field with the tarps, and the tarps were blowing everywhere.
Yeah, and I saw that actually the day I called the game, they had the cars come in when they canceled the whole day of action. They had cars come in like as lawn gnomes holding down the tarp.
That's an interesting way to use the vehicles, isn't it? I don't think coming in when they drove in this morning, they thought they were going to be using their cars as a paperweight, basically.
No. It's like those lawn gnomes. I'm surprised it didn't have a pointy hat on it.
2-2 count now to Miller.
Oh.
And this one is
hit and run play going on there.
Fouled back. Watch your cars out there.
My car's in that location, too. Might have a broken window when I go outside.
You'll have to take Miller's name, go over to him after the game. Hey, you're paying for this.
No, sign the baseball.
That's always one way to do it as well. As we actually saw one hit a window out of the handicap parking area, and it only scuffed it a little bit. As this one is hit into center field, and that'll go for a base hit. He's rounding to third.
Dahmers, he's on a try. His coach was waving him on, and then the coach stopped him. Good play there by Dahmers to really pay attention to his coach. At a point, his third base coach was rounding him home, and then he stopped him real quick. So good eyes there by Dahmers.
It looked at first like he could have made it because Rogers, the outfielder, had trouble picking up that ball initially. And usually once you try to scoop down and pick up that ball in the first attempt and you can't get it, it's over.
I agree, but Rogers has an arm there in center field. That's why he's playing there. So there's a chance that he could have been gunned down at home.
And that ball, that's something we've seen a lot on that first attempt. They'll go down and try to grab the ball as the catcher is able to block that one. They're not able to grab it, and from there it makes it really hard to get that throw off in time no matter how much power you have in some instances. But I agree, on that occasion,
there'd be a chance. And Rogers, like I said, has an arm, and he has some speed too.
As this one is fouled off right over to the third base coach.
That coach has so much more guts than I am to put my hand down. Going for a fast one like that one.
And now up to bat is Cordy Sorensen, the pitcher.
Sorensen. See what he can do here. Make himself work. Get himself some runs. Oh, good hit there.
Sorensen hits it into left field. And runner will score at home. So now we have a 1-0 ball game. Bismarck gets the first run of the game.
Sorensen's making his life easier, to say the least. A rip right up into the gap between short and third. Just a really nice swing there. Had the body on the bat and
grabs his team the first run of the game as well as an RBI for himself.
And the way the outfield is playing, they're playing in. So I'm waiting for that one blast out into the warning track. There's a chance if they have some speed, it's going to be inside a park.
And Alex Krug now up to bat, takes the first pitch low for ball one.
Devin, you've called more games than I have. Has the outfield for every team been this in?
I would say that we have seen them right around this area because we haven't seen many deep hits. I mean, this last game I did, Arlington and Tri-County, there was some that were ripped out there, and you would see them get close to the, almost so close you would think it was about to be a home run. But we really haven't seen the ball flying as far as you would think in some of these situations. I mean, where they're standing right now, they'll more often than not just pop it right out to the center fielder, and it's an out. So they're just playing to what has been really going on here. But I don't know. We're up for anything because this Bismarck team can hit the ball.
You got Hill on the mound with 1-2 count to Krug. Krug has been batting pretty well in this series. One hit already.
Krug swing and a miss on that one. Count now 1-2.
Nice location there by Hill. A high, fast one. Krug was swinging at anything, and there he goes. 1-2 down.
1-0 here, Bismarck over Portland, Maine in the bottom of the second inning. 2 outs now. You are watching this game on the Babe Ruth Network from Bullens Field in Westfield. And the pitch, he hits this one. Grabbed over there, the throw over to third, and he got him.
So that was a good play there, but there was a force play there as well, so he could have just tagged the play and not had to tag the player.
So that'll end things in the top of the second. We will be right back to you at the bottom of the second inning. Nathan Rogers, Alex Smith, and Brian Riley up to bat for Maine. We'll be right back.
Back here at Bullens Field for the top of the third inning. Bottom of the second. Sorry about that. The stats weren't updated. The technology we live on nowadays.
And now going to see Portland in action with up to bat is
Riedinger.
Nathan Rogers.
Rogers.
And we would like to thank our tech crew behind us, Nick Odell and Bill Oniski. So thank you to those guys making everything happen behind us with the replays and camera work.
And the one ball low.
We're happy to bring you 3 cameras here from Bullens Field that were just installed for this World Series.
Sorensen, ball 1, over to Hill.
And that one goes for ball 2. Count now 2-0.
Good pitch there. I thought that was going to be a strike the way they've been calling pitches all series long.
And that one will go for a strike. The count now 2-1.
Didn't that seem like the same exact location as the last pitch?
Hey, I'll tell you. I mean, this strike zone is a little hard to figure out.
This strike zone is interesting and nice.
As this one's chopped over to third base, the throw over to first in time.
Nice play by the hot corner.
You talk about the strike zone. We have a very good view of up and down. We can't see left to right at all from our vantage point.
Good play there by Brian Riley.
And on top of all that, the strike zone is pretty changing.
Yes. What I usually see is the strike zone's the same between each umpire, but it's all low. They don't call a lot of high strikes. A lot of the players are swinging at the high strike, so they really don't have to call it. But at the same time, it's been interesting.
And Nathan Hill is now up. Nathan Hill, the center fielder.
So let's see, Nathan Rogers has a good swing on that last one.
And the pitch up high. I'll go for ball 2. 2-0 the count.
Like I said, Sorensen has some nice location on his fastball. Probably not that fast, but just really fooling the hitters where he's throwing it, like that one. Right at the knees, buckling the batter.
In your forecast for the rest of the day, we have temps hovering around 90 degrees. Feels like around 99 according to weather.com. Partly cloudy. Only chance for thunderstorms comes around 6 o'clock with scattered thunderstorms. So,
are you getting sick of the rain yet?
I am very sick of the rain, so I'm happy we finally have a day where it appears as though we're going to be able to get some games in. But we were able to open Yockham Field as well to get caught up on our schedule, as this one is chopped over to the third baseman. The throw to first in time, and that is out number 2 of the inning.
Red Dinger with a nice play there at the hot corner. Really stabbed the ball and get it over the first baseman. Just a really consistent play there by the third baseman for Bismarck, North Dakota.
And that's going to bring up Alex Smith, third baseman, not to be confused with the quarterback for the Kansas City Chiefs. My mind's on football. I got my fantasy draft coming up.
Oh, you do?
It's that time of year, my friends.
I got a story about Devin Bates and during the rain coming up later in the later innings that you fans might want to listen to.
Fantasy football related, I'm sure.
Maybe. I'm gonna have you surprised on that one.
We'll see. Maybe if this game gets out of hand for either team, we'll have story time. As the count is now 1-1, and make it 2-1. That pitch up high. Still trying to feel out this ever-changing strike zone. And that one fouled off.
Nice swing there by Alex Smith. Just couldn't get the head of the bat on it. I think that would be a ringer out to left field.
2-1 is your count.
Nice rip. Smith really wants it just a little early. And that's just great pitching by Sorensen. Just really getting that off-speed pitch in there with the fastball and locating the fastball in and outside. Not really putting it in the meat of the batter.
2-2 count pitch to Smith. Ducks for that one. Full count. So
now if you're Sorensen, you really want to throw a changeup here, really on the outside corner of the plate to really fool the batter.
The full count pitch. And he hits this one down the third base line.
Ooh, good
Struggles
play.
in picking it up. He gets it over and got him in time.
Nice reach there by the first baseman.
So a great recovery also by the third baseman to be able to make that play happen. And we will head to the top of the third inning. 1-0 Bismarck, North Dakota over Tri-County, Maine. You're watching the Babe Ruth Network. And we are starting things now in the top of the third inning.
Yeah, we're back here. We're actually going to do something here at Billy Boland's Field that the Atlanta Braves did in the 90s. We're actually going to switch up duties here. I'm going to do play-by-play for this inning, and Devin's going to go for color.
Hey, we're just jacks of all trades here. We can do whatever. And the final score is Southwest 10, Westfield 1. That game taking place over at Westfield State University.
Wow,
course,
that was a lot of bats were getting hit then.
That Southwest team, of course, the team from Mountain Home, Arkansas. And Westfield goes down to 0-3.
Pitch. Strike one called. High and outside. A lot of these pitches, like I said, have been really high or really low getting called for strikes. Knowles up. The pitch from Hill. And another strike. 0-2 count. Another good changeup there by Knowles. Hill just really hitting the outside corner. And the pitcher's count here, 0-2. Hill looking for the sign. Shakes him off once with the pitch. And a grounder to the third baseman. Easy routine play. Over to first. One out here on the top of the third.
And maybe it's just me, but I feel like 90% of the hits we've seen so far have just been right over to third base and an out. I feel like a lot of hitters are feeling that area right now.
Yeah, absolutely. They're seeing that outside corner and really trying to rip it to left field. And we've seen a lot of work for the shortstop and third baseman, while you have, who's up here? Cade Feeney up to bat.
Says his favorite baseball player is Bryce Harper.
Bryce Harper. And we got a lot of wind going on here. Hill with the 1-0 pitch. And ball two. An opposite start of this this batter. First batter was 0-2 to begin with. This one is 2-0. And the 2-0 pitch right down the middle for a strike. Good framing there by the catcher.
And that pitch will be a strike no matter what the strike zone is.
Absolutely. You got to say, these catchers really try to cheap the hitters with the framing they do. And a foul ball off the batter's shin. Now it's a 2-2 count.
And says here, Cade Feeney's favorite quote is from none other than Babe Ruth. So he's in the Babe Ruth World Series, and he's got a quote from Babe Ruth.
Luke Hill with the windup. And the pitch. Ooh, inside for ball three.
Had to move out of the way of that one. He stayed there. Could have hit him on the elbow.
I think that was one of those, let's move out of the way and see if we get the call there. Good pitch by Luke Hill. Just couldn't get it. And the 3-2 is ripped to the second baseman. Line drive out. 2 outs here on the top in the top of the third.
Well, that one looked like it had some potential, but it was just right over to the second baseman.
You see how Luke Hill caught that one? They're going around the bases, and he's like, all right, barehanded the ball. If I'm the head coach, use the glove.
Please use the glove.
Use the glove. I need you to keep that hand healthy. Luke Hill with the first pitch. And strike one to a Connor Hansen. Sorry about that. 0-1 pitch to Connor Hansen. Now 1-1. Hansen with a good eye there. Yeah. Good pitch, a rip up the middle. Shortstop had to play out of couldn't. Nice single there by Connor Hansen. Really got a good meat of the bat on it.
I think we were right on the same page there for a second.
We
just got confused.
I'm like, he's telling me Connor's not up, and I'm like,
I couldn't see. Our problem from our vantage point is when those left-handed hitters come up, you can't see the number, so you're just going off of what you saw when they walked up. So I was confused there for a second.
Luke Dahmer's up, the right fielder, number 20. Man on first. Luke is looking him back. Luke Hill. Hill with the pitch. 0-1 count. Nice pitch there right down the middle. Hill's really locating his fastball, has a good speed on it, and had a good cut fastball with his curveball as well. But you don't really want to throw that hanging curveball because a lot of these batters can really rip it. And while you're in the heart of the lineup, the fifth batter.
And Luke Dahmer's right outfielder. He's 15. as of August 10th, so
It's the last year here at the Babe Ruth 14-year-old World Series. Maybe he'll make it for the 15-year-old. You never know. In the pitch. And high foul ball. Actually, it's going to go fair. No, it stays foul. The first baseman with a good play there to put out the top of the third. We'll be back here at Billy Bullins Field.
And back here for the bottom of the third inning.
A good ball game so far. A 1-0 lead here for the visiting team. Let's see what they can do here. I mean, a lot of these bats have been really shut down by these two pitchers.
And now Portland's going to be back up with Riley.
Brian Riley, the extra hitter. Maine has opted in for getting their extra hitter in. Besides with Bismarck, North Dakota not having their extra hitter in and just having their pitcher hit. A nice hit up to the shortstop. Nice play there. Stabbed and over to first base in time.
That's great. Able to get the leg out there to block that thing. Not only get the leg out, he's able to pick that thing up and instantly hurl it over to first base. And he needed every second of that play to count.
Robbie Shields is up, number 2. And the pitch. The dribbler over to second base. Nice backhand throw. Stabbed over. Thrown over the first base for the second out of the inning. 2 pitches, 2 quick outs.
Shields still looking for his first hit of the series. Won't get it on that one. That was his 5th at bat.
Sonny Villani is up. Jackson Villani is up, sorry.
His name actually is Sonny is his nickname. His name is Jackson, but
Okay.
I guess he goes by Sonny, which is kind of interesting.
Okay, well, let's call him Sonny. That's what he wants to get called by. That's what we'll call him. Sonny Villani is up to the plate. 0-1 pitch. And high, swings at it. Strike 2.
And we've been talking about how it can be so enticing on a stage like this to go for some pitches that you might not normally go for, especially with a lot of fans watching, people tuning in. So that's another thing these players are dealing with. But for the most part, we've seen these hitters make very good decisions out there.
Oh, very smart eyes here by a lot of the pitchers and batters here. Sorensen with the 1-2 count, strike 3, swinging. So that's the bottom of the third inning. That's a score 1-0 here at Billy Bullins Field.
Develop a strong, clean, healthy body, mind, and soul. Develop a strong urge for sportsmanlike conduct. Develop understanding of and respect for the rules. Develop courage in defeat, tolerance and modesty in victory. Develop control over emotions and speech. Develop into real, true citizens.
At the Babe Ruth League, we are not only developing the next generation of ball players, we are developing the next generation.
All right, sorry about the quick delay there. We're back here at Billy Bowlins Field with Weekum up. Connor Weekum, the second baseman, number 9. Hill is still on the mound here with the 1-0 pitch. And a 1-2, 1-1 pitch there. Nice pitch on the outside corner, called strike. We want to thank all our volunteers here at Billy Bowlins Field, including the umpires, really donating their time and having a nice time here at the Babe Ruth World Series.
Yeah, certainly. We talked about it. There's only like 7 of those guys, and they are working around the clock just as all of our other volunteers are.
Oh, absolutely, with the heat too. So thank you to them. And the pitch, and swung, strike 3. Great hit, great pitch there by Hill.
Weekum is a good guy to get out of the batter's box there. He's been on a hot streak, so I'm sure they're very happy to get him out of there. He is definitely one to be known to start runs for Bismarck, especially with 0 outs.
Cameron Miller up to bat, number 14, the catcher. Luke Hill with the pitch. And a nice rip out to center field, and that's going to get into the gap. He's going to get 2 out of this one, maybe standing up. Oh, it's going to be a play at second. No, he's
going to retreat to first off that one.
I thought that was a good enough hit for him to get to second. Just not enough speed to get over to second base.
And right after we were done saying the other guy was the one who is on a hot streak, Cameron Miller has 6 RBIs. So that's another guy you don't want up there.
Yeah,
basically, any hitter that comes up on this Bismarck lineup, you're not going to want to see there. But, of course,
that's why they're 3-0.
Yeah,
that's exactly why they're 3-0. They can hit. And another good hit, a bloop out to left field. Left fielder goes under it, and the runner at first retreats back to first base. 2 outs.
And this is a team that put the mercy rule up on West Lynn, Oregon. And that game took place on Friday. So they will score in bunches as Krug is now up to bat.
Absolutely. Luke Hill with the first pitch to Alexander Krug, the center fielder, number 10. See what Luke will throw here. Luke with the pitch in the dirt for ball 1.
Krug coming in with 8 at-bats. He's got a single and a run scored. Also went walking once.
And the pitch. Strike 1, 1-1. Nice pitch there on the outside corner.
So the count 1-1.
Luke Hill with the windup and the pitch. Ball 2 up high. 2-1 count. Man on first. Luke Hill's pitching from the stretch to Krug.
Krug's favorite food is steak.
Nice rip out to right field.
And the fire over to second. Not in time.
There was a force out at second, but Miller got there just in time. Riedinger's back up. Skylar Riedinger. You always want your bottom of your lineup to get a base hit, and Alex Krug did that with 2 outs.
And we'll see if Riedinger can hit a dinger.
Riedinger up. And the pitch from Hill. Strike 1 right down the middle of the plate.
Favorite baseball player, get this, is Chipper Jones.
There you go.
I'm liking some of these picks by these guys.
I mean, he is a third baseman,
yeah,
to say the least. And nice rip over to shortstop. Shortstop grabs it and gets an easy put out at second base here in the bottom of the 3rd inning here at Billy Bowlins Field.
You are watching the Babe Ruth
No,
Network.
top of the 4th.
We'll go to the top of the 4th. We'll be right back. All right, so Griffin Buckley is going to be batting, but We're also going to see, still staying in the game, will be number 4, Henry Westfall.
Yeah, Westfall is going to get pinched hit for by, like we just heard, for Griffin Buckley.
And you see the crowd there in that shot, got the umbrellas up.
Oh, absolutely, trying to get from the shade. That's not for rain. Actually, it could be for rain,
I mean,
but also for shade.
That's a good use for these umbrellas, is they help during the day with the shade and the inevitable rain, although forecast looking good today. The rain has been pretty inevitable, so those things can come in handy.
Up to bat, Griffin Buckley. Sorensen with the windup. And the pitch. Ball 1.
Buckley's got 4 at-bats. Good for a double and an RBI.
There you go. Good pinch hitter for your team. Really swing the stick. And the 0-1 pitch. Strike. Actually, the 1-1 pitch. Strike 1. And the pitch. And swing and the miss. Foul ball, actually. Foul tip, strike.
So just barely made contact on that one. And the 1-2 count.
1-2 pitch. Just about high, 2-2. And it's 90 degrees out. And it feels like 102 right now with what the Weather Channel is saying as of right now. Unbelievable.
I will
swing
say,
and a miss for strike 3.
I will actually make a good comment about the weather for the first time I've had in these past 4 days I've been here. It feels like 102, but it feels like a better 102 than it did yesterday. The humidity is definitely down.
It just feels like 102, less than 102. I don't know how to explain it.
It's 102, but it's not as awful as a humid 102 that we're looking at here.
It feels like a dry 102.
It's a dry.
It was so humid yesterday you could go for a swim in the air. That's how bad it was.
Liam Niles up to bat, just shortstop, number 3. 1-0 pitch from Sorensen. And the pitch. Swing, a blooper out into right field. And he's going to get safe at first.
And those are the ones you hate to see if you're a pitcher.
Those bloop singles just right out into the outfield. You want your outfield to die for everything. You want them to be 7 feet tall and die for everything.
Of course, if you're a pitcher, you're going to want to see those things happen. Also, you know they realistically won't. But from a pitcher's vantage point, it's probably, hey, man, why didn't you get that? Hey, man, why didn't you get that? Because everything is grabbable if you're a pitcher.
Absolutely.
Keeley's up to bat now.
Keeley with the first pitch. A runner goes. And, he'll be out. Can we get well, we want to take another look at that one. Caught stealing.
That was, he just...
Niles.
Watch the jump trying to get away from it.
But look at the jump off of the lead. Great jump out of the pitch. And the throw beats him by a mile. Tries to jump over to the second baseman.
Lucky he didn't get injured on that one. He came down on that one leg pretty hard.
You got to risk life and limb to win a Babe Ruth World Series there. And a great play there by both sides. It's a better play there by the defense.
So that'll leave us with 1 out.
Francis Keeley up to bat. A 3-0 count. Hitters count here. See what Francis Keeley will do here. He's going to just wait for one. Ball 4, taking his base on 4 straight pitches.
So the 4-pitch walk, and he's going to try to have to settle things down here with the next hitter coming up, but it'll be hard to do.
Caden Horton, the 3 batter, sitting in the 3-hole. Your best hitters are 3, 4, and 5.
Yeah, Caden Horton, not the guy you want to see after giving up the walk right there. He's got a couple RBIs and 2 singles in this series.
Oh, almost caught leaning there. Good play there by Sorensen.
And these guys are so quick when they run back to that bag.
Absolutely. They're not really taking that big of a lead. I mean, when I was playing baseball, I would not even get off the base because I was a big boy back then. Still a big boy, but yeah, most of these players, if they have the speed, they're taking a 1 to 2 bounce over to second base. And if they don't think they have speed, they're taking about a 1 to 1.5 bounce over.
And they are not afraid to steal here. We've seen a lot of steals in this tournament.
2-0 count here. Batters count once again for Horton. You don't want to give Horton a batter's count because he can really swing it away. And the pitch. Inside for ball 3.
So he's working up another 3-0 count for the second straight hitter.
Yeah, you're going to see a mound visit soon if he walks this batter on 4 straight pitches. Sorensen with the 3-0 pitch. 3-1 with a nice low strike there by the knees, buckling the batter.
Definitely not the best stretch there. 7 balls in a row that we just saw. Able to get back in control with a strike, though, and we'll see if he can work it up to a full count here.
And the pitch. And the swing up high over the first base side. Foul ball out.
Even better, he gets him out. Runner will retreat back to first base, and actually that'll end the inning.
That'll be the end of the bottom of the fourth, going to the top of the fifth here at Billy Bullins Field.
You are watching the Babe Ruth Network. We'll be back momentarily.
Develop a strong, clean, healthy body, mind, and soul. Develop a strong urge for sportsmanlike conduct. Develop understanding of and respect for the rules. Develop courage in defeat, tolerance and modesty in victory. Develop control over emotions and speech. Develop into real, true citizens.
At the Babe Ruth League, we are not only developing the next generation of ball players, we are developing the next generation.
And we are back here from Bullins Field. You're watching the Babe Ruth Network. Bismarck up to bat now. North Dakota batting against a Portland team.
We have a defensive substitution here. Robert Shields is getting replaced by Garden Kelly in right field. Gary, sorry.
And now the 1-0 pitch here. That one down in the dirt.
You definitely see getting later in this game, both starter pitchers are having their pitch count up there. So
yeah, and the rule for Babe Ruth, they don't have them on a pitch count per se, but they can only pitch 7 innings in 2 games. So it brings a different level of how you manage that one. But still, the arms can get very tired out there when they're throwing that many pitches.
That was a nasty pitch by Luke Hill. Nice curve ball, and the hitter thought it was up high, and it just went down low, dropped off. Nice knee buckler there, just dropping off the shelf.
And the pitch to Knowles. Knowles swings at that one back at the catcher. Count now 2-2.
Nice swing there, but just couldn't do anything with it for Knowles.
Knowles coming into this game, 3 hits, 6 RBIs. So this is the guy we talked about earlier who was on quite the hot streak these past few games, and a big reason why his team is 3-0 in this tournament.
Knowles reaching out there.
Goes down swinging, so that'll be the first out of the inning. Second out, excuse me.
Feeney's up to bat with 8 at-bats in this tournament and 2 hits, one single and 1 double, and 2 RBIs. So a really good hitter. 6 runs ran in, scored. So let's see what he can do here. See if he can get his team going.
And that one will go for a strike. Count now 0-1 to Feeney. And the pitch. Hits this one over near the second baseline.
Ooh,
second baseman bobbled that off the glove. He looked like he was just trying to catch it, and the momentum of the ball carried it over.
Yeah, it took a weird bounce off the dirt, and just really over the head of the second baseman, and second baseman couldn't control it. Feeney with a nice hit there to get on base. I think they might call that an error, though.
Yeah, and that's going to bring up Connor Hansen.
Either an error or fielder's choice.
I do want to say that was only 1 out in the inning. They put up 2 on the scoreboard, so it is 1 out.
Gonna call that a hit for Feeney.
Goes back to check to first, gets back to the bag in time.
They're gonna call it a hard ground ball. That's why he got in safely for a hit.
And the pitch. Down for a strike.
Connor Hansen, the first baseman, the 4th batter in this lineup now. We know he can swing the stick around. Let's see what he can do here. with a 0-1 count.
0-1 pitch.
Hit run.
Right over to the pitcher. Tags it a second, gets it over to first, and he got him in
Great
time.
play. Turning two there. Hit and run situation going there for Bismarck, North Dakota. And then no reveal there. Just a really nice play there to turn two for Maine.
And just like that, that'll end the top of the 5th inning. It is 1-0 Bismarck. You are watching the Babe Ruth Network live from Bolins Field in Westfield.
Develop a strong, clean, healthy body, mind, and soul. Develop a strong urge for sportsmanlike conduct. Develop understanding of and respect for the rules. Develop courage in defeat, tolerance and modesty in victory. Develop control over emotions and speech. Develop into real, true citizens.
At the Babe Ruth League, we are not only developing the next generation of ball players, we are developing the next generation.
Sorry about that. A little rip up the third base line there by Luke Hill. Pitcher versus pitcher action there. First pitch swing in there. Like I said, a nice rip up the third base line. Luke Hill at first with a single.
And now that is going to bring up Nathan Rogers, the center fielder. Portland up to bat now, and
oh, nice!
This one is hit out into left field. That is going to fall foul. Had the good track in the beginning, but trending left. And Rogers still up to bat. That one way up high for a ball.
Sorrentino saw that ball just get blasted over the left field foul, so he doesn't want to give him any more one of those.
And boy, I tell you, when that thing first came off the bat, that looked like it was fair all the way.
Oh, and that
and
one
this
looks
one
fair.
could be fair all the way. It's right over towards the left fielder, though, and he's able to
off the glove.
He bobbles it. And I don't know if the sun may have been a factor in that, but looked like he had it in his glove, just not quite secured.
Knowles missed. He gets an error on that, but you got to look at the positive. It was only a single. There's a good chance that could have been a double. Can we take another look at that one, please? And I guess not. Okay. We got a little meeting at the mound. Man on first and second, no outs.
Big spot there for Portland to be able to come through as they trail 1-0, trying to even this thing up, and now it is Alex Smith. Pitch to Smith. Down low, and watch for steals in this situation from that second baseman.
I don't think you're going to see a steal from Hill. Hill has a slower approach on the base pass.
Yeah,
very good pitcher.
That's also very true, actually. I didn't take extra notice to look at who it was over there, but usually you see those smaller guys going for the steals as that one goes for a strike.
Luke Hill has the bat in the arm. Good base runner, very smart base runner, just might not have the speed.
Yeah, especially over there going to third. That's a tough steal.
We got to say, he was smart. He rounded first, kind of stayed there until the ball was dropped by the left fielder.
And swing and a miss on that one. So the count now 1-2. Still no outs here. Top of the fifth, or bottom of the fifth, excuse me.
Good lead by both base runners.
1-2 pitch, swung on.
Oh, chance
right
at two.
Over to second base.
Oh, great
got
play.
him at first. And just got a little tripped up, not able to get him.
Let's take another look at that defensive play there by the shortstop. And here we go. If you can see in your corner, nice stab. Actually, second baseman stabs there, tosses it over the shortstop, but smart play by the shortstop not to throw it over the first base because there'd be a chance that ball would be a wild throw.
Yeah, that's something we've seen the whole tournament, Anthony, is those throws. So, as you said, great throw by him, be able to keep that as we have a plane flying over now.
We got a flyover here, special flyover for these kids. Waiting for it's like the Super Bowl. Oh, 2 jets.
Yeah.
Nice.
Always cool to see here as we have the base here near Westfield.
104th Fighter Wing out of Barnes Airport flying over. Oh, nice hit
there. This one is hit to center field.
Ooh, a gap. There's a chance for 2 here.
Hill will score.
And Smith is chugging.
He's chugging. He's going to halt up at third, much to his third base coach's pleasure. The third base coach, no, don't you go.
Can we? Oh, let's take another look at that one. The third base coach really stopped him there. He's like, okay, stop, because you know Smith was going to take a play at home. Nice hit there. Nice base running. Smith is
and you just tell him to hold up there. We got the tail end of that one.
Yep, nice double there by Riley.
And now the manager is going to come out and have a word with the pitcher. We'll see if this might be the end of the day for him already. It's the bottom of the 5th inning.
You want to save him for later games. Sorensen having a good game so far, only let up 1 run. I mean, that was the tying run right there. The Midwest team scored early in this game. Now it's Maine's time. See if Maine can take a lead here.
So it's tied up 1-1, Portland.
I love these meetings. You got to, and I feel bad for the outfield. You see your left fielder just like,
wonder what's going on.
I wish I could talk to people.
Yeah.
You got the center field and right fielder talking to each other, but I feel bad for those outfielders because you got the infielders just having a good conversation with their coach, and the outfielder's like, all right.
Let's see if I can read their lips from out here. So it's 1-1.
And in this heat, you don't want to run in for those meetings.
Oh, no. It's in their benefit to just take a moment, tie your shoes, get prepped up. Now we have Kelly up to bat in the 1-1 ball game. 0 outs, or 1 out, excuse me, in the bottom of the 5th inning here.
Kelly, the defensive sub last inning out in right field.
This is another game that's flying by. The previous game only lasted an hour and 21 minutes. I'd say we started this one right around 11:20-ish.
Oh, nice hit over the shortstop. Oh, there's going to be a play at the plate.
Let's see. Throws it home, and he got him.
He's got him out at home. Great play there by the shortstop, getting it over to the first baseman, out at home.
And the big man catcher is fired up after that one, so we will take a break right now. This game tied at 1-1, and a lot of dirt going around on that field right now. We'll be right back. You are watching the Babe Ruth Network from Westfield, Mass. And we're back here at Bullens Field. And, Anthony, we just saw a pretty impressive play.
Yeah, let's take another look at that one. I got really excited. And this, if you're a Westfield State viewer, I get loud a lot of times. Let's see this hit. A dribbler over the shortstop. Shortstop looks back. The third base runner runs home. Alex Smith, the first baseman, throws it over. Out at the plate. Miller gets all excited, pumped up. He got me pumped up for that play.
And Smith is dirty after that one. Let me tell you, he was down in the dirt there.
Absolutely. We got a barn burner here at Billy Bullens Field. 1-1 game. In the top of the 6th. Hill still on the mound. See what we got here. Up to bat, number 20, Luke Dahmers.
Hill able to get the strike.
0-1 pitch here for Hill. Hill with the windup and the pitch. Pop fly over to the first baseman. Easy routine catch there for out number 1.
Of course, after we saw that fielder camping under that one and not able to catch it, I don't even know if anything at this point could be called a given.
Another fly over here at Billy Bullens Field. Barnes Air Force Base is right around the corner here in Westfield, Mass. So great air show going on over some great baseball getting played here by these great 14-year-olds.
Make sure you don't look up at the planes too much, kids. That's what I used to do in my old street hockey leagues. I was probably about 4 years old. I would just look up and lose track of the game with the airplanes.
The 1-1 pitch popped up. First baseman's going to take another play at it. Nice routine catch there. 2 outs. Quick inning so far. Cameron Miller up to bat after a great defensive play at the catcher's position last half. So let's see what he can do here with the bat. Needs to get his team going with a 1-1 tie. And the pitch, a dribbler over the shortstop. Shortstop stabs it. Oh, can't hand onto it. Just holds it to see another day. Smart play there by the shortstop. Fielder choice. Didn't want to make any other errors on the play to get it over to the first baseman.
Yeah, we saw the mistake, but then immediately following the mistake, the damage control. So great job by him to be able to keep him at first base, because that's been the theme of this tournament so far that we've seen, is to throw over to first, and it's a wild one, and next thing you know, they're at second base.
Work smarter, not harder. Hill with the pitch. A little low in the dirt for ball 1. And the third base coach is asking for time.
Just going over something with his hitter.
I love the coaches here. I mean, they've spent with these boys all summer long, all fall long, too, just really training these guys to get to this level. These are the greatest players in Babe Ruth 14-year-olds.
And we do have a pinch runner now coming on for Bismarck. You see out there just walking on was Nicholas Hines. So Hines, your pinch runner at first base.
And Hines is aggressive on the base pass. You can already see you're really taking a big lead off of first. Let's see if Luke Hill tries to pick him off at first.
So Hines, good potential to try to steal a base at some point here. You know it could be happening.
Hill still stares back the runner at first with the windup and the pitch. A nice hit up the middle, up the gap. And Hines is going to get safely at second. And also a nice hit there.
Sorensen helping out his own cause. He already has a hit and an RBI in this game.
Yes.
Chalk it up for another one.
Absolutely. The only run in the game is by him off of his bat, doing his own paperwork there. Man on first and second, 2 outs. You had two quick outs now, 2 quick hits.
And Krug already has himself a hit in this game.
Alexander Krug, the 9th batter in this lineup, number 10. Hill looking back to the base runner at second. The base runner at second stealing. Hit and run situation here. Pop fly. Shortstop calls off. Actually, second base calls off the shortstop, and a routine fly out to end the inning. 1-1 here at Billy Boland's Field. Will come back at the top of the 6th. Back here at the bottom of the 6th inning here at Billy Boland's Field, Anthony Swenson, Devin Bates, my trusty colleague here. For, I mean, how many years have we been working together, sir?
Probably 2. We're getting old, aren't we?
Yeah, we're getting old. We're old men already.
Oh, no.
We're going to get a lot of comments on that one.
We say that one sarcastically. All right, so if you want to check out anything about this World Series, go to westfieldworldseries.com. There you'll be able to find links for live streaming, archiving, WSKB, which is our radio station here on the campus of Westfield State University. Game Changer and Tourney Machine, a couple good stat keeping tools are also on the website. So you can sign into that. In the bottom right is where you'll be able to find all those links. We also have a hashtag WestfieldBRWS if you have any comments.
The first pitcher inning down in the dirt by So another ball in the dirt there. And I want to send a special thanks to Rick Barry, having an awesome job running back and forth. I mean, I don't know how this man, Chris Berman, loves to say this is a 3-shirt day. This guy must go through 5 shirts a day dealing with us. So we want to send a special thank you to Rick Barry.
I think we should have a running score on how many shirts people go through and see who has the record every day. Because I definitely think some people are up to like 5 a day.
Oh, absolutely. And the pitch, strike one called, 2-1 count here for Connor Sorensen with a nice pitch there. Cody Sorensen, sorry. So Villani up to bat.
And the count now 3-1.
3-1 count there. Nice pitch. Just a little bit outside. Good eye by the batter.
So we have ourselves a close game here, and we're still, I mean, I feel like we haven't seen a close game in the 6th inning in a while this tournament.
Close pitch, but good eye there by the batter. Ball 4, taking his base off of 5 pitches. Actually, 4 pitches, sorry.
Both these teams have shown us that they're pretty evenly matched.
Absolutely. I mean, these two teams, Maine is 2-1, and Bismarck, Maine is 3-0. So very close game.
And Westfall's up to bat.
And Sorensen from the stretch with the pitch, going for the squeeze play there, trying to get his teammate over, is Henry Westfall.
We'll see after showing the bunt if he decides to go for it again now that the cards are already shown.
Westfall, we've been seeing throughout this tournament, is a speed demon on the base pass, so you don't want him up. Oh, another bunt play. Up to first base line. That's where you want it to go. Just foul.
And that one rolled right along the line for a while, but...
And that's just a squeeze play. I mean, he was going to get out at first no matter what, but the base runner would advance. You'd have a man on second scoring position in the bottom of the 6th.
And he's talking with the third base coach now.
Now you're in the situation, if you bunt and foul, it's a strikeout.
Mm-hmm.
At this point, you're like, let's risk it. I bet you they're going to go for the bunt here. The third baseman's cheating in a little bit. And the pitch, actually he's going to go swing away. 1-2 count for Westfall. Westfall, smart play there not to go for the bunt with the high pitch. It is a 1-2 pitch, but we've seen on many of occasions the last batter in the lineup go for that bunt, even with a pitcher's count. 2-2 now, ball high over Westfall's head.
Westfall, no hits in this game.
Cody Sorensen looking over the base runner at first with the windup and the pitch. Nice swing over by us. Let's see if we can just foul. Watch out. Good catch there by the fan.
That's the closest one I've seen to us so far. I'm still waiting for a foul ball to come directly in this booth. What do we play? How many games? 35? It's got to happen at some point.
Let's knock on some wood here. Let's make sure that doesn't happen, because knowing my luck, I'll have it in the face.
Just have your hands ready.
In the pitch.
We should have a glove up here.
And that's going to be ball 3, 3-2 count. Great at bat here by Henry Westfall, really battling back to make it a 3-2 count.
Westfall no hits in the series, as a matter of fact.
In the pitch, a nice hit up the third base line, just foul.
This kid's about due for a hit, and with some of these cranks he's getting, I think he might get it if he keeps up.
Absolutely. A dribbler, I think, up the gap he could hit right now. And he has the speed. If you get him on, watch out. And the looking for the sign. Sorensen with the pitch, 3-2 pitch. Swing, foul.
He's
battling.
After that foul, the previous foul that went over near us, and the one before that, we've seen he's really favoring the left side of this field with these swings.
This kid's a warrior. The 3-2 pitch once again. The base runner's going. Strike 3. And he's going to be safe at second. The shortstop couldn't hold on to it. Nice stolen base there.
So, runner at second is your situation, and 1 out.
That could have been a strikeout throwout, but the catcher didn't see the base runner running. So good steal there by Villani.
And that'll bring him none other than Liam Niles.
Liam Niles, top of the lineup, back up with 1 out.
So Liam Niles in this game so far is got a hit.
Sorensen back at the stretch, looking back the runner at second. Get his sign. And the pitch.
You see that plane still circling overhead. It's made the rounds for sure. It's pretty cool to be able to watch that thing. Usually when those things go by, it's ear-splitting noise when we're out on campus of Westfield State. I mean, you know when they're around. This one just kind of taking some time and cruising.
The 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. Good pitch there. It's actually Family Day at Barnes Air National Guard Air Force Base. So a lot of flyovers today. And the pitch high for 2-1. A lot of excitement in Westfield.
Yeah, that's the thing. We've seen a lot of stuff going on in Westfield here. I mean, you had there was a hockey tournament, the Kevin Major hockey tournament that was going on over at Amelia.
Yeah, that's why I'm calling this game right now. So strike.
So still going on down there at Amelia. I haven't gotten myself down there yet. It would certainly feel nice to walk in there. I know it's easy to complain sometimes about the cold weather there when it's in the middle of the winter and we're down there. Yeah. But right about now, in the peak of August, it would be nice to walk into Amelia.
2-2 pitch, swing. Oh, nice blooper out into right field. And he's going to be safe with a single.
Villani's going to hold up at third base. So runners now on first and third.
With one out. Let's see if Villani takes a steal here. Actually, not Villani, sorry. If Niles takes a steal to get to second base, I mean, if they throw down to second, Villani has a chance to steal home.
Yeah, certainly, and we're going to have a meeting of the minds here.
So we're going to take a quick break as well. Just real quick. So we'll be right back after this pitching meeting. Back here at Billy Ballin's field with a pitching change. Skylar Riedinger taking the mound for the first time in this game.
And as we talk about the airport over there, we'd like to thank all of our veterans, a lot of the local ones of which played at this very same field. This field has a long history in Westfield since the 1930s, and a lot of those guys have been up through the ranks here at Bullens Field, as so many have in the city of Westfield.
Riedinger's coming into the game with base runners at first and third. Really threatening situation here for Maine. Maine can take a 2-1 lead with one swing of the bat. And the pitch right down the middle.
Not sure if he was showing bunt on that or just trying to get out of the way.
I think he was trying to get out of the way, but that was a good pitch. Nice slider right across the plate. Nice call there.
1-1 the count.
1-1 count, one out. And the windup and the pitch. Ball two.
Yeah, that one kicking up the dust a little bit down there. Pretty dry dirt down there by home plate since we're getting our first dry day so far.
And technically, I think Western Mass is still in a drought after all the rain we've gotten.
Yeah, we really needed that rain. As I heard Mike Drew say earlier during the rain delay, is environmentally.
Oh, nice play there by the shortstop. Just grabbing the ball, but their base runner will score off of that hit.
So now we got a 2-1 ball game. Portland takes the lead. And with just one out.
Villani with a nice base run play there. He saw that the shortstop had to make an unbelievable play to grab the ball and just scored. Nice play.
And that is going to bring up Caden Horton.
Horton's up. Caden, the first baseman, number 15 in the 3 spot. Man on first and second. One out. And the windup and the pitch. Low in the dirt for ball one.
Seen a lot of those in the dirt pitches so far this inning.
Reed Dinger's really had really inherited a really tough situation here. First with man on first and third, now man on first and second.
And Hansen today has got himself a hit in 3 at-bats.
And the pitch, nice swing there, but just foul.
Right off into the trees there.
I should move my car in between games.
Yeah, you're really thinking so, aren't you?
Reed Dinger looking for the sign. Shakes one off. Looks back, the base runner at second.
1-1 on the way.
The pitch. Just foul up the first base side. Now to 1-2 count.
Niles will jog back to second base.
Pitcher's count here. I'm gonna guess it's gonna be a breaking pitch here. Reed Dinger has a nice curveball we've seen in this little bit of pitching we've seen from him. Let's see what he does here. Looking for a sign. Agrees.
Glances over at first base.
And the pitch to Horton. Oh, and the pitch to Horton. Nice swing over to his second baseman. Second baseman stabs it over the shortstop. And shortstop holds it for 1 out. Man on first and third. Nice play there by the shortstop just to hold the ball and not to try to go for 2.
And it almost looked like that he would have been able to slide in safe at second. He had a real good slide on that one. Got a lot of distance out of it, but just able to tag him.
Yeah, Feeney Wilcom just with a great defensive play there at second and short.
And that'll bring up the man of the hour today is Luke Hill, who has done a great job pitching on the mound.
Absolutely. Having a great game so far. He can do himself some good with a good hit here to bring home a runner.
We've seen the other pitcher do himself some good.
Sorensen, yeah, with 2 RBIs, 1 RBI on the day in the second inning.
And a couple hits, I believe, as well.
Absolutely, 2 hits on the day, 2 for 3 with 1 RBI. And the pitch. Hill was looked like he was going for a bunt there.
Yeah, I think he
2
was.
outs.
I think he was dropping the bunt with the runner at third.
Wow, a 2-out bunt.
Yeah. Hey, you never know.
Gutsy play there, but you know what? You got to be gutsy here at the Babe Ruth World Series. And the pitch for Reed Dinger. And, oh, they didn't catch him stealing.
Safe.
Wow, smart play there by Horton and Niles. But at one point, do you go for the out? There's 2 outs in the inning. Do you go for Niles? Because they had Horton out by a mile.
Yeah, you got to go for him in that situation, I think.
You got to risk.
Especially down 1 run. You got to get out of this inning.
Yeah, you got to risk the run. 1-1 pitch by Reed Dinger. Reed Dinger with a pitch in the dirt for ball 2. 2-1 count. 2 outs to Hill.
Although at the same token, with Hill on the mound, the pitcher, he hasn't shown so far this game that he could be any bit of a threat. But I agree with your sentiment there that you kind of just got to get out of there as quick as you can.
And the 1-1 pitch. Nice hit over to the shortstop. Shortstop stabs it over the first. And that will be the 3rd out of the inning. We'll be back at the top of the 7th with a 1-2 ball game here at Billy Bones Field.
Develop a strong, clean, healthy body, mind, and soul. Develop a strong urge for sportsmanlike conduct. Develop understanding of and respect for the rules. Develop courage in defeat, tolerance and modesty in victory. Develop control over emotions and speech. Develop into real, true citizens.
At the Babe Ruth League, we are not only developing the next generation of ball players, we are developing the next generation.
And we would like to welcome you back. Thank you for watching on the Babe Ruth Network and also for listening in on 89.5 WSKB. We are entering the top of the 7th inning right now, 2-1 Portland. as we are going to see a stand by Bismarck and see if they're able to come back and keep their undefeated record alive.
Before the first pitch of this next inning, we want to say thank you to two of our sponsors, the Shortstop Bar and Grill and the Extra Inning Batting Cages. A lot of these Westfield players must be batting there already during this big event, getting ready for it. And now most of these players probably stopping by, getting a nice burger there at the Shortstop Bar and Grill and getting some swings in.
And now we have up to bat is Redinger. We'll see if Redinger has any dingers. I really like that phrase. Redinger down the third baseline.
And a nice put out there by the left fielder.
And that will not go for a dinger, much to the dismay of myself, because that would have been a fun one to say.
Villani with a nice catch there to make Devin dreams turn into a nightmare. So first put out of the inning.
They got 2 outs to try to tie this thing. Obviously only down 1 run, so the tying run at home plate in Knowles, and that's a guy that could easily crank one here. He is on a hot streak. He's your man with 6 RBIs in this tournament.
Nice eye there by Knowles, taking first ball.
And with 6 RBIs, it would be clutch to get one right here.
Hill pitching with the lead.
And that one down in the dirt.
Hill's been having an unbelievable game on the mound. Let up 8 hits, but only 1 run. His defense has been strong behind him once he's getting runners in scoring positions.
That one goes up high.
So Hill's been one of those shutdown pitchers. Once batters get into scoring position, he's been lights out.
Yeah, shutdown pitcher. Right now, however, he's facing the 3-0 count.
Wiping off that sweat.
And that one will go for ball 4, and Knowles is pumped out about that. He throws the bat away.
He's like, yes.
Here we go. He's saying, I'm on base now. Let me run.
All right, I have a feeling Knowles is going to take a steal here.
Knowles is, I think Knowles is feeling the steal.
Yeah, I think he is. While we have a pitching change or just talk at the mound.
Just by reading the body language, Knowles is pumped up to get on base.
Oh, yeah. And you see the first base coach. All right, let's calm it down there.
Yeah, there we go. So he's talking to Feeney right now. And Cade Feeney is the next one up.
Hill's talking to the manager, asking if he could stay in and see if he does. And the manager is going to have all the confidence in the world in his starting pitcher to keep him in there. Just a little, hey, listen, calm it down. That was 4 straight pitches. Now let's see what you can do here. Now you got to battle back. 1 out, man up first. You got a good defense around you.
And we have a game coming up next after this. It's going to be the Southwest Regional Champion, or I believe, no, Westfield. Is that what I'm reading correctly? Yes, Westfield is going to be going against Janesville, Wisconsin, the Ohio Valley representative. So that one is set to start at 2.
And you're on the call on that one, right, Devin?
Yeah, I believe I am on the call on that one. I'm going for the triple header. And also right now we have the Middle Atlantic Regional Champion, Atlantic Shore, New Jersey, going against Pacific Southwest.
While you're talking there, nice pitch there by Hill to get his first strike in 6 pitches.
And, of course, that noon game, 38 minutes in, going on over at Westfield State University. Shout out to them for letting us use their field over there.
Oh, nice dribbler over the shortstop.
Over second, and we'll see if he gets him over at first, and he does. So that is going to end things here. It ends on a double play.
Let's take another look at that one. A nice diving slide over the first base. That was a dangerous slide there. You don't usually like to see that, but gets one. Nice flip over from the shortstop to the second baseman. First baseman stretches and gets him out for the double play, and Hill is pumped up after that one.
So we are over with this game already. That was a quick one.
Nice play there to end the game. Hill pitches the whole game, beats a team that had a 3-0 record. Now they finished this game with a 3-1 record and now tied with the Midwest Plains.
That game clocks in at just over an hour. So
I'm fine with that. Great game.
And we are going to be able to bring you the Ron Tellefson Player of the Game coming up. This award is in recognition of Babe Ruth League's late president, Ron Tellefson. His commitment to our nation's youth was unsurpassed. His primary objective was for every child to have the opportunity to play in this great game. So all the players will line up, and we will have the presentation of that award to you as we do at the end of every game. Momentarily, you are watching the Babe Ruth Network, and here is the presentation of the Ron Tellefson Player of the Game.
MVP for Bismarck, North Dakota, Cody Sorensen.
So Sorensen is your player of the game from the Bismarck side of things, the losing team.
And I bet you it's going to be Luke Hill from the main side.
And let's see, they've been favoring those pitchers with the player of the game, and for good reason.
Absolutely. Luke Hill, 8 hits, 1 run.
And what do you know?
There we go. A clock is right. A broken clock is right twice a day, and I'm a broken clock. So let's take a look at that last double play that won them the game, 2-1. Unbelievable. Let's take a look at this replay. Shortstop grabs it, stabs it to the second baseman. Second baseman gets over the first baseman, slide it out there. Nice stab. And you see Luke Hill just pounding his chest there after winning the game. Full game. Only 1 run earned. Just an unbelievable game by both teams. One of the closest games I think we've had all series long.
Really
so.
ended unexpectedly in the double play. You expected Bismarck to be able to make a little bit of a run, but that double play sealed the deal very quickly for Portland.
And we want to thank all our sponsors and all the people that just bring this great series to Westfield, all the umpires, especially all the umpires, all the special staff up here in the booth with us. I mean, there's so many people to thank. I know I'm forgetting some people. Pete Coles, Rick Barry, Nick Odell.
So that'll wrap things up for Anthony Swenson, Nick Odell, and Bill Oniski in the tech department making the magic happen behind us. I am Devin Bates. So long from Bolins Field. You'll see us next at 2 o'clock.
See you at 2 o'clock. See me at 4:30.
So we will be back after this.
Thank you.